said a moment ago, we're back in business here at Shelsley.
Of speed into spring here, May the 1st, May the 2nd, and a perfect view over the Team Valley here in Worcestershire in the UK. Good afternoon here from Worcestershire. Maybe it's good morning to you if you're watching a little bit further west, stateside, or good afternoon, good evening if you're in Australia, New Zealand or wherever. We've got our practice runs going on at the moment here at Shelsley. Motorbikes on the hill as we speak. We've had just a little drop of rain in the last couple of minutes or so, but nothing really to change any tyre choices or such like, so the motorcycles are rattling up the hill in short order here. I do have to say they're doing a great run. Toby Moody here, trackside at Vauxvilla at the base of the hill, and a perfect view over the Paddock area that is all spaced out with all the relevant regulations concerning running motorsport events here in 2021. That's the kind of view that I've got from Vauxvilla, the commentary position here on the start line. We're only going to be having one commentary position throughout our live streaming broadcast here today and tomorrow Sunday, but with the cameras and the infrastructure that we have input here at Shelsley, we'll be able to trace the progress of the motorcycles and the cars all the way up the 1,000-yard hill here. We've got a great entry, a full entry here this weekend. Not only the motorcycles that you're seeing, but also as part of the Midland Hill Climb Championship, a great deal of single-seaters, classic cars, modified production cars, some classics as well. And we've got, for example, the reigning British Hill Climb champion here in the shape of Wallace Menges, who didn't come out last year, didn't choose to try and do the odd hill climb, but with no British Championship up for grabs in 2020, but there certainly is in 2021, he's out meaning business here today to get his eye back in with the Gould GR59 that he took to championship success well, nearly 18 months ago. In fact, in the unlimited capacity single-seater class, it's a bumper entry. Haven't seen so many entrants in Class L for the over 2-litre category for some years, I do have to say. You can see, in fact, in the background, there is the car that is with Lindsay Summers in at the moment. The black DJ Firestorm, Lindsay in it with the white crash helmet. It's girl power in that car this weekend because Lindsay's sharing with Debbie Dunbar. Alex Summers is in with the DJ Firehawk. Get it right, Toby. Firehawk Firestorm, the smaller Firehawk, and he's sharing with his father Richard in the 1100cc class. A little bit further down the ranks, as I mentioned, the 1100cc class got a lot of runners and riders with some regular machinery and also some new cars that we haven't seen before, but we'll be catching up with throughout this afternoon and tomorrow's live broadcast. We're here on YouTube. We're also live on our Shelsley Walsh Facebook page. If you're watching on YouTube, do like and subscribe, and make sure when you do subscribe, click the bell top right of your page, and you will get a notification anytime we upload a video on the Shelsley YouTube page. So let's just run through this run of the motorcycle about to go up the hill. This is motorcycle number 891, Paul Jeffrey. Paul Jeffrey leaves the line. He goes past Triangle and up towards the Kennel Bend. Beautiful view then over Crossing, a blind off-camber left-hander. Makes his way a little bit further up towards the top left-hander. The speed through the S approach is 77 miles an hour. Into the S's through the bottom S. And then through the top S, another blind long corner. And then a perfect view all the way up to the finish line, which he crosses now. 33.74 seconds for Paul Jeffrey on the KTM 890. Stood next to that bike this morning, had a chat with Paul, and a lovely bit of kit it is as well too. Next bike already coming into the S's. It's gone through the S approach at 66. Graham Proctor, he's got a motorcycle from over the mountains, as the Austrians would call it, from KTM headquarters down in Bologna. It's the Bolognese Ducati of Graham Proctor who crosses the line, 38.83. Simon and Jane Foster with their sidecar are already on their way up the hill. We can afford to run a couple of vehicles, couple of bikes on the hill at any given time, and they make their way through the S's one way, they make their way through the top S the other, and already a perfect view up towards the top of Shelsley Walsh, and they hit the finish line at 95 miles an hour, 35.3. Kevin and Sarah Duell, another sidecar, a little bit of a bigger capacity engine, on their way through crossing up towards S approach, and they go through there a little bit slower at 61 miles an hour. Through the S's they go. A lot of sunshine being thrown onto the tarmac at this time of year with the lack of the leaves, but now let's have a quick look at something that's spectacular. The second quickest car ever to race up Shelsley Walsh in the hands of Alex Summers, but it's Lindsay who's driving it here on this particular run, the DJ Firestorm 2.6 litre Cosworth V8 X IndyCar engine, mounted in the back of this all carbon fibre specially built hill climb car. She already comes out of top S, and she's already coming past our camera at the finish line at 135 miles an hour, 29.54 seconds. 29.54 seconds. We've cleaned the track here at Shelsley on Thursday with a specialist road cleaner, but it always takes a few runs for the dust to be fully pulled out of the pores of the tarmac here, and a little bit more rubber to be put down on the racetrack before then the better part of the summer kicks in. A bit more tyre warmth, a bit more track warmth, a bit more grip, and it all snowballs itself into being a much more positive run experience for the drivers and the riders on the hill. So a few people also getting their eye in after a winter away from the driving seat. So some new cars as well, also giving people some teething problems, shall I say, not just mechanically, but also with them getting used to how the clutch feels, you know, what it's like when it's hot. Is the ECU too hot? Is it not going to start because of this or that? So a few little gremlins that are also going to creep into the factors here today. Motorcycles on their way down the hill, and a few other cars coming down as well, together with the sidecars. So we are running, unfortunately, a little bit behind schedule. We were due to have had a lunch break by now, but we are going to have that lunch break now. But don't worry, we've got lots of things to show you on our channel here that'll take us through to the top of the hour, which is in about another 17 or 18 minutes time. So we're going to have a short lunch break for the team that are on the hill and the team that are working hard in and around the paddock as well. So we've had some good healthy runs by some good cars already so far today. Do keep in touch with us here in the commentary position through our Shelsley social media, Twitter at Shelsley Walsh. We've got our Instagram page, which is also at Shelsley Walsh, or through our Facebook page. Send us a message and we'll be able to see it here in the commentary box, put it up on the screen, and wherever you are around the world, well, let us know from where you are watching. We did our live stream last year and we had some fantastic communications from a friend of Rob Anscombe, who's driving here today in his single-seater, and he said, I'm on a boat in the middle of the South China Sea. I thought it was a bit of a stitch-up for us commentators, but no, it was his friend on a boat in the middle of the China Sea. So it was great to hear of a viewer a long way away. Johnny Red is normally trackside here at Shelsley. He's looking forward to seeing how Jack Cottrell gets on with his new orange Dallara Cosworth V8. We saw the car here last night. Picture went up on the Shelsley social media channels of the car, so it was great to see it in the carbon fibre for the first time, and then to see it go up the hill here today. So it'll be good to also hear from a colleague, another Zach in Malta. So good luck to everyone at Shelsley. Big hello from Malta. I share a car with Zach Zammit, and he's unable to get out of Malta for the time being because they've got a bit of a lockdown for obvious reasons. Message here from Kai Linder. Thank you for this live stream. We've also had some communication from elsewhere in Europe with in 5 Minuten geht's los. Live Shelsley Walsh Bergrennen. Shelsley Walsh Hill Climb. So we really are quite European and international here at Shelsley today. And also a message here from John Greenwood, watching from Golden Beach in the state of Victoria, down under in Australia. John, thank you very much. Are you actually on the Golden Beach? Are all the beaches golden in Australia? I'm sure that they certainly are. Of that there is no doubt. So just a reminder, next runs will start at 2 o'clock, but we'll look forward to them. But we've also got some other little bits of clips and onboards for you that took place here at Shelsley last year and in previous years. Why don't we look at a sub-22 run in the shape of Josh Goodyear. Josh Goodyear, who was a real star of the early 2010s. He had a GWR Raptor, and he put a supercharged Hayabusa motorcycle engine in the back of it. And Josh Goodyear was a very spectacular driver. Let's have a quick look and see what it looks like from the driver's eye view. So he's on the start line. This, I remind you, is from a previous day at Shelsley. He leaves the line, leaves it. He's already doing 100 miles an hour. A little bit of understeer on the exit of Kennel. Mighty through crossing, builds the speed up to top gear, and then down 3 gears for bottom S. Little bit of a twitch on the way in. It takes the drain cover, not too much of a slide, and then powering up to the finish line. And then once he saw the time, he realised that a 22.86 second run was exactly something that he had been dreaming of and pushing for. I remind you that the outright hill record here at Shelsley is 22.58 seconds. 22.58 seconds, set by Martin Groves, August 2008. It's therefore the longest standing Shelsley record in the 116-year history of the world's oldest motorsport venue. But we can also do onboards from something a little older, something, 98 years old. We can go back to the 1920s and look at Spider, one of the very first Shelsley specials, a car that was specifically made to go hill climbing, and hill climbing specifically here at Shelsley Walsh. Built by Basil Davenport, Spider was quite something. David Lee drove the car over the last 20 years here at Shelsley. He came last year after a rebuild over the winter, and we put a GoPro on the car, not facing forward but actually facing backwards, just to give you some idea of what it was like for Basil Davenport to take the outright Shelsley record back in 1926 with a car that was built in 1923 and still running here into the 21st century. David Lee has actually sold the car over the past winter, but he sold it to a good friend of his and certainly of the younger generation, so it's in absolutely safe hands. Comes into the top paddock and makes his way around the loop towards the collecting area.
It's that old Davenport excuse of being held too long on the line.
Always one for a bit of a dry one-liner quip is David Lee, but certainly the car is now in safe hands going forward. Going forward here at Shelsley, we are behind closed doors for this weekend, but we're looking forward to opening Shelsley on June the 5th and 6th for the British Hill Climb Championship round, Best of British. And we are looking towards opening our doors to spectators on that weekend of 5th and 6th of June with a couple of rounds of the British Speed Hill Climb Championship. Then we go into the first weekend of July with the one-day meeting on Saturday the 3rd of July for the Reg Phillips meeting, and then the day after the vintage meeting with the types of cars as you have just seen with David Lee with that on board. And then a couple of weeks later, Classic Nostalgia returns here to Shelsley Walsh. We've got a whole host of mouth-watering stuff, including, as always, 25, 30 rally cars focusing on celebrating 20 years since Richard Burns won the World Rally Championship. We've got one of his Subarus from his championship winning year that has had a refresh at Pro Drive, and that's going to be here celebrating a great championship that was taken by Burnsy. Then we look forward to the weekend after Summer Spree at the end of July, 24th, 25th of July. We're going to have in that meeting, excuse me, we're going to have a class for electric classes, should I say, for electric road-going production cars. So nothing particularly specialist in terms of hill climbing, but if you've got a road-going electric car, then look up the regulations and you will be able to have an entry amongst others. Then in mid-August, it's the traditional August Shelsley, again around the British Hill Climb Championship. So with the speeds that we saw here last year and the leap forward that we've had technologically with specialist speed hill climb cars, you never know, there might be a new outright record come August if it wasn't taken in June. But August, there'll be a lot of focus on that meeting. And then our autumn speed finale finishes the competitive season here at Shelsley on 18th and 19th of September. But as a member of the Midland Automobile Club, Shelsley Walsh, you have membership of and being part of the world's oldest motorsport venue, the pride associated with that as well. You have 2 tickets for the entire season. Now, I know that we're behind closed doors at the moment, but we're doing our best, therefore putting on this live stream for you here this weekend. And as a member, we have then got, we offer you the ability to come and drive at a members' day, come drive your own road car. You have free access to the Breakfast Club, which happens every month or so on a Sunday morning here at the base of the hill, and also Cars in the Valley on a Thursday evening with the restaurant open, with the pizza oven running, and or the fish and chips and the bar open as well. But also, if you're under 21 or you're under 22, if you're 17 to 21 years old, we have a junior membership, which is 75% off. It's £25 to be a junior member. And then you can have all of the above that I've just mentioned for a cut price, because we want to embrace our junior membership even further. Now, over the last 18 months, we've also expanded the physical size of Shelsley, because we have purchased the cottages at the base of the hill, and they are now Shelsley's, and we've put a lot of effort into them, a lot of work into updating them, restoring them, making them tip-top, and from top to bottom, putting new furniture in as well. They're available for a holiday let throughout the year, the details of which you can see on shelsleywalsh.com under accommodation. But we've got a little clip here to give you a bit of a walk around the cottages at the base of the hill. So these are two separate dwellings, both able to sleep 4 people each, and an ideal place for a getaway at the base of Shelsley. As I said, top to toe, new furniture, and professionally kitted out with modern decor and all the modern cons. And on a summer's evening, sitting outside, life is pretty good. I do have to say, life is very good. So again, that's on shelsleywalsh.com under accommodation, or on Facebook. It is under Shelsley Walsh Holiday Cottages. Shelsley Walsh Holiday Cottages on our Facebook page. We've also got our Instagram page. I mentioned it a moment ago, at Shelsley Walsh. So do subscribe there as well. We'll be running in about 5 minutes' time. Little bit behind schedule here, for which we apologise if you're watching on our live stream, but we will then get into our full stride once 2 o'clock is upon us. We've also been working hard over the winter months towards the Autocar Shelsley Walsh Young Drivers Championship, a championship available for 17 to 21-year-olds inclusive, to drive a Vauxhall Corsa 1.2 after an assessment day and a driving school day then here at Shelsley. Half price entry available for the rounds throughout the year, and an £800 prize fund come the end of the year. Again, all of the details are on our shelsleywalsh.com website under the news page. A couple of stories down, you can see it. So this gives you some idea of what is in store for 2021. ShelsleyWalsh.com, and all the details under the news page. As I did say, keep in touch with us through our social media channels. Great to see racing like this back up and running. Thank you to Adam Domingue. Good to hear from you, Adam, and thank you for being in touch. We've also got a message from people all around the world, including we have got, here we go, we've got Daniel Eames. Best of luck to the Millstone Engineering team from Burton-on-Trent in the bike classes. Harvey and Mick, you are wished good luck from Daniel Eames, who is keeping in touch and watching, and likewise from the Channel Islands. Good afternoon to you, Adrian Passman. Good to see the live streaming. Couldn't wait to see it all again. So we'll be underway at 10 o'clock, at top of the hour. And you never know who's watching, because friends and family watching. Very excited to see my dad, Richard Swindle, for the first time in 15 months. Vanessa Griffin watching her dad here today. So that's all good. A regular viewer from afar in Portugal, Eric Humphreys. Eric Humphreys settling in for the day. Well, if you're in Portugal, you probably can't go to the Formula 1 race this weekend, but you are going to watch Shelsley Walsh. That's the main thing. So well done, Eric. Sophia Rutter in touch with us through Facebook. Fingers crossed that her dad's car will be ready for the action here tomorrow. We'll be on air from about mid-morning here tomorrow, because we've got some practice runs first thing, and then we will we will get into our stride as the day goes on. Other messages are coming in, so do keep in touch. If I can keep up with the screen, here we go. Message from Gary Stanton. He's watching from Bromsgrove, all the way from Bromsgrove, the Principality of. And we've also got Chris Grammer watching from DC. Now, I can only believe that's Washington, D.C., so that's East Coast. So good to hear from you, Chris. And we've also got somebody a little bit further east, Gary Bridgewater, watching from Wollongong in Australia. Wollongong, that's where Wayne Gardner came from, who was the 1987 Motorcycle Grand Prix World Championship. They called him the Wollongong Whiz. And he's still just as amusing and he's still just as outrageous here today. Chris Goodrids, good luck to everyone this afternoon. Looking forward to joining in tomorrow. We look forward to certainly seeing you on the track. And Bill Martindale watching from Droitwich, or if we are talking in automotive terms, it must be Detroitwich. Bill Martindale, we will see you very soon. Max Hawks, watching from a rainy Pershaw. Well, you can keep the rain over there in Norton Beecham. It can stay there, but we'll look forward to seeing you all here very soon, Team Hawks. That's one thing we're looking forward to, is the full plethora of entries. Terry Fox watching sister Helen Fox and Andy Norris from home in France. Brittany is your closest hill climb one in the Channel Islands, is it? It may well be. Another message here as the marshals prepare on our track. Message here from Lee Ogleby. Good afternoon. He's watching from Hereford. Going to be watching all of the live action on the Facebook page. Oops, we've got a bit of crossover there. James Price, good luck to Johnny Toon in the 106 Peugeot GTI. So yeah, there is a lot of people watching, including people who used to be close by and now a little bit further away, like Paul Clements. They used to live in Worcester, now in West Sussex. Looking forward to some quick runs. So yeah, we've got a lot of people watching from all over the world through our pages. I said if you're watching on YouTube, do like and subscribe and then click the bell top right, and the white bell will go a solid colour, and then you will be notified through your app or through the website of whenever we post a new video on YouTube. A few cars lining up for their runs, which will be getting underway in just a moment. Paddock full of competition cars, but we can also have a paddock busy during the week with all different types of cars for photo shoots here at Shelsley, or filming shoots. We had a film shoot here about 10 days ago that was under sunny skies, and 16 different cars were in position around the paddock. But Shelsley lends itself well to some photo shoots. Even without spectators, it works well under sunny skies. It's a beautiful part of the world. Maybe you want to use Shelsley a little bit further up the track and have those perfect views over the valley. Just get in touch with any of us here at Shelsley. Send a direct message. We've got hospitality at Bottom S when we are going to be back open for business. And a few other pictures going back into the past with Mitch Evans and the Formula E car and the current outright hill record holder here at Shelsley, Martin Groves, back in August 2018. GKN using the history of Shelsley with their Formula E car, because actually the 1929 Vauxhall Villiers had a crankshaft made by GKN. So a perfect photo shoot opportunity and marketing opportunities for GKN a couple of years ago. Fiat came here, or should I say Abarth came here last year to launch a whole new range of Fiat Abarths on the tarmac here, on a private day, on a press day, or even testing. Lanzanti came here with Indy 500 winner Kenny Brack to test here before the Goodwood Festival of Speed with one of the very rare McLaren F1 GTR Longtails. What a noise. Go and look up that video on YouTube. They then came back a couple of years later with one of the 6 McLaren P1 LMs with over 1,000 horsepower. And again, Kenny Brack at the wheel. And what a perfect photographic opportunity once the testing had finished. So do get in touch. Perfect timing now as Darren Gumley comes to the line. Gummers now fitting this car with a 1600cc engine. The Force that he's had now for a couple of years. Had a couple of problems with the car this morning. Problems in the tyre warming area, but all sorted now as the belts are being tightened up and he's getting ready to attack Shelsley for the first time this year. So he leaves the line and he leaves it in 2.51 seconds into Kennel. Tentatively so, I should say, through crossing, building speed up towards the S's, and he comes through S approach at 105 miles an hour. Over the drain cover on the inside of top S, no problem at all. Time over the line for Gummers, 29.52, 29.52, 110 miles an hour by the time he crossed the finish line. So, next up it's Martin Rowe, not the Martin Rowe who was the British Rally Champion, but you never know. But I haven't seen Martin Rowe, the British Rally Champion, here today, but we've got a budding British Rally Champion and a Hill Climb Champion in the shape of Martin Rowe with the 106 Rally, lightweight version, 1400cc engine, and apparently huge fun to chuck about and drive and have a hell of a laugh with. Road registered cars that we've got here. John McKillen leaving the line as Martin Rowe makes his way to the top of the hill in a 38.7. John McKillen making his way through crossing as we speak with the noisy gearboxed Mini Cooper. Through the S's he comes, no problem for him, and he makes his way towards the top of the hill. So all is safe with John McKillen. Emma Alley in the Mazda MX-5 is on her way. Here she is through crossing. Nice steady positioning of the car in the middle of the road. McKillen gets to the top of the hill in a 46.75, 62 over the line. Emma Alley is going through the S's as we speak after a 62 mile an hour S approach. That's 5 mile an hour quicker than McKillen did. McKillen, as I said, did a 46.7. Emma's on her way. Peter Siddle now comes rapidly underneath the crossing camera. Emma stops the time at 45.89. Peter Siddle with this Renault Clio Sport 182. Huge fun, apparently. Never driven one, but a bundle of fun they are. Let's have a look at the time. Going to be considerably quicker. 37.42, 37.42. Another Mini now for Mike Edwards, whirring its way with a noisy gearbox up towards the top left-hander. The S approach, 61 miles an hour. Bit of a later version of a Cooper, because it's been branded as a British Mini. But the silhouette, the shape, still timeless to this day. Mike Edwards gets to the top of the hill. He does that in a 41.7. Ian Hunt now in the Cooper S. Came here last year with a Mini Traveller, estate car. Van even. Call it what you will. And had great fun. Ian and Adele Hunt having huge laughs after doing a driving school just under 12 months ago, and then really getting into their stride and their groove and doing some good times. So, Ian, you need to use a bit more of the road on the left-hand side when you watch this back later tonight. You unravel the steering wheel, let it flow. He makes his way towards the top. Andrew Till with the Ford Fiesta going through S approach. The speed will appear there, 68 miles an hour. So the little cars are getting bigger. A Ford Fiesta is still quite small and svelte, and with the ST he chucks it into top S. You can really load up that front suspension, and he's on his way. We saw an Arbath 500 a moment ago on our screen because they launched the Arbath here at Shelsley a year ago. Nigel Trundle with this little 1400 turbo Arbath, visibly quicker, and well, so say I. 78 miles an hour on S approach. Goes through the S's, and this will be a handy run. The quickest we've seen so far was Peter Siddle with that Renault Clio, 37.91. So only half a second off the time that we saw from Siddle. Here, though, is Chris Toon. He's in the Ford Focus 2000. Ford Focus in motorsport really came to the fore with Colin McRae and Carlos Sainz back in early 1999 when McRae had left Subaru and he went to M Sport and the Martini colours and $6 million pay packet. It was stuff from the moon in world rallying in its day, and the Focus still goes on to be a very rapid car. Chris Toon, 41.77. Martin Roberts is already coming up towards Crossing Bend with the little Lotus Elise. No problem for him so far. Passes the dandelions, the bluebells, the daisies and whatever else there is adorned to the side of the Team Valley that we've got here at Shelsley. Martin makes his way out of top S and he's going up towards the top of the hill. He crosses the line now, 38.45. Rob Toon, though, with the Morgan +8. He is on his way. The 3.5 litre push rod burbles its way underneath the commentary box at this bottom end of the hill. He'll be growling his way out of top S, as you can see there. He's on his way, no problem at all. That'll be rapid, that's. Yeah, 36.3. You know, keep your wits about you. Another V8, but an even bigger capacity with Rob Pallett is now on its way in this Ginetta G33. S approach. Well, the Morgan did a 74 mile an hour run. The Ginetta a 79 mile an hour run. Uses a bit more of the road, kicks up a little bit of the dust on the left-hand side, no problem at all. Crosses the line, a 35.52. Here is Johnny Toon in the Peugeot 106. Fun cars, these. Lightweight, chuckable, handleable, good driver feedback. And mainly, the lightweight you can use 100% of the time. You can't use 100% of the power 100% of the time. And that's what gives you that driving thrill that these 106s certainly do have. So Johnny Toon up towards the top of the hill. He'll stop the clocks at 38.4. Look at this, though. Jim Herbert with the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5. Not with a 2-litre turbo, but a 2.3-litre turbo. Bigger than it was left out of the factory with. Evo 5, the likes of which that Tommy Mackinnon took to World Rally Championship success in 96, 7, 8 and 99. 4 times on the trot for Mackinnon that he took the World Rally Championship for drivers. So he'll be on his way. Here we go, just a little bit over 30 seconds, 32.96, good start to the year with Jim Herbert there. Graham Beale, 2.3-litre turbocharged Ginetta G33. 73 on S approach. Pheasant seems to be thinking about using Shelsley as a zebra crossing, but can't make up its mind. on S approach as the Ginetta makes his way towards the top, stops the clock in a 35.33. Will Goff now in the Alfa Romeo, should be Alfa with an F, Romeo, 4-cylinder, 1700cc turbo. Didn't make many of these cars, don't see many of them around and about, but we have our lion's share with Will bringing this car to the hills, not only here at Shelsley but around the Midlands. He's on his way towards the top of the hill. At the base of the hill, though, we've got Andy Smart with this Mallock Mark 23, 1600cc pushrod engine mounted in the familiarly styled Mallock. Seen many of these on the hills over the years, including Ray Mallock, who came here in the late 70s. Found a picture of him going through Bottom S the other day, courtesy of Sid Wall, who very kindly scanned some old negatives and sent us some pictures, the likes of which we'll put up here on the live stream later during the end of a batch. The Mallock did a 38.02, 38.02. Clive Worcester now with the Radical SR4, 1600 motorcycle engine mounted in the back of this. A kind of 6th, 10th scale LMP2 open sports Le Mans racer. Lots of downforce, but still a reasonably heavy car for hill climbing, but an exceptionally lightweight car for road use. Leaves the line jabbing at the power. 2.54 seconds for the first 64 feet, where there's a little timing beam to measure these guys. Then there's one at Kennel at the top of your screen. Then there's one at crossing about here. Then we've got speed at S approach, which is just before the top left-hander. S split is absolutely on the turn-in, on the apex of the corner, and S finish is about there, just before that tyre wall on the right-hand side. And then drivers can judge how fast they are through the S's on their own. 31.17, good time that by Clive Worcester. 31.17. Anthony Brown now in the Audi TT, 1800cc, 4-cylinder turbocharged engine. Not sure if this is a four-wheel drive car. Probably is to do a 2.21 second first 64 feet, I would suspect. They did some as four-wheel drive, and he's on his way. Ideal to have it for standing starts. He's on his way towards the top of the hill, and he stops the clock in a 34.97. Nigel Pitt now with the OMS, 1100cc engine mounted behind him. Did lots of runs here last year, got his eye in, and really got into the groove of driving Shelsley. 95 miles an hour on S approach, a little bit of a waggle on the exit of Bottom S, but holds it all together. He's on his way towards the top of the hill. Lee Gallimore now at the base of the hill, has already coming up towards crossing. Nigel Pitt, 30.60, should be happy with that, getting under 30, a good target for the rest of the weekend. Lee Gallimore with the very early OMS. Is this one of the first ones that they did? It may well be. I believe, or not the first one, I'm not so sure, but it's certainly one of the very, very early ones. Can he beat a 30? No, not quite, but he's going to have a go. 34.46. Robert Clark now in the Empire Evo, 1 litre Suzuki mounted in the back of this. Space frame chassis clad in carbon fibre. A couple of these have been on the hills in recent years. From Empire, making his way towards the top of the hill. Can he beat the magic 30? Not on this run, but he will another time. Stephen Potter in another OMS, bit of a later one that we've got here. Another motorcycle engine mounted behind the driver. 2.45 seconds for the first 64 feet. Not quite as quick as that Audi TT, which did 2.21. Must have been four-wheel drive. I think it was, yeah. OMS, though, coming through the S's, back into the sunshine, towards the top of the hill. Nearly, yes, done it. 29.90. 29.90. Here's Rob Anscombe on the line. Rob Anscombe had this car a couple of years now, another OMS. He's got a Hayabusa, Suzuki Hayabusa 1340cc engine in it, but of course it's put him in the 1600 class, so he's a little bit low on power. He was desperate to beat 30 seconds last year. He tried, and then he got it, and then he beat it again. So now a winter away from driving, getting back into the groove. That's the main thing. Don't do anything silly, just get through the weekend. And that's exactly what he's doing. Nice speed through there. Time ticking away, 29, 30.14. That'll do for the conditions that we've got here today. Steve Millward now with the Lotus Elan S3. We've got a few quick Elans here, including the next one that's on the line in the shape of Ian Stallard. But Steve Millward on his way at the moment, just going up to the S's at 73 miles an hour. Ian Stallard leaves the line. You can see on the small picture that's now the big picture. Now, some of you will have seen on our Shelsley digital channels the great onboard that we had from Stallard last year. Huge number of views and interactions with Stallard, who flung it into the S's, and a huge dab of opposite lock one way then the other. Leans on the car one way then the other. He chucks it into top S. He does so as well. Yeah, hint of opposite lock on both of the corners towards the top of the hill. And he crosses the line in 32.34 seconds. 32.34, 95 miles an hour by the time he crossed the finish line. So good afternoon here from the Team Valley in Worcestershire in the UK. This is live coverage from Shelsley Walsh Hill Climb, the oldest motorsport venue in the world. We're in our 116th year, and this is our first meeting of 2021, the first of 7 weekends that we're having throughout the season, the next of which is going to be open for spectators and members of the Midland Automobile Club on the weekend of the 5th and 6th of June. It's going to be part of the British Hill Climb Championship as well, with many of the cars here today competing, except going even quicker. Go to our website to book yourself some tickets, or if you wish to have unabated access to all events that we run here at Shelsley, then do become a member of the Midland Automobile Club, who run Shelsley Walsh. It is the best value to become a member, and then you get 2 tickets for the entire season and other very juicy benefits. Keith Bristow on the hill with this Lotus 211, 1800cc supercharged car. Lotus launching another hypercar this week, I see, with pictures emanating from the factory, and certainly a very tasty piece of kit it is as well. Keith Bristow, 37.85, 90 miles an hour over the line. So that's the end of a batch. Our paddock at the top of the hill is now full, so what we're going to do is bring the cars back down to the paddock from the top of the hill. We haven't seen a Porsche so far on our live stream, but we've got a few of them here, and there's one name that's inextricably linked with Shelsley over the years, and that's Josh Sadler. Josh Sadler, who started the Auto Farm concern down towards High Wycombe direction, and he came here last year with a lovely Porsche RS should I say, 1972-73 car off the top of my head, and we managed to put a camera inside the car and see what it was like when he went up the hill. And this is what it's like inside with Josh Sadler here last year. a glimpse inside the Porsche 911 RS of Josh Sadler last year. Look forward to seeing him back here in 2021. We've still got entries open for our remaining rounds and events that we've got taking place here at Shelsley, the next of which being on the 5th and 6th of June for Speed into Spring. Best of British. Speed into Spring being today and tomorrow. White Rabbits, of course, today, 1st of May. Then regular early July meeting with the kind of clubby Reg Phillips meeting on Saturday the 3rd of July, and then our vintage meeting for all the pre-war cars on Sunday the 4th. Then Classic Nostalgia a couple of weekends later. Summer Spree a weekend after that. August Shelsley in the middle of August on 14th and 15th. Got the motorcycles coming back here as well, and then Autumn Speed finale at the end or middle end of September. So we've got a lot going on. We've got our breakfast clubs, we've got our Cars in the Valley on Thursday evenings, a lot going on. A few messages from around the world. Viewing from South Oxfordshire, thank you to Robert Bill. Thank you to Robert Bill. It's great to hear from you. And also friends of Shelsley Walsh, Retro Ride TV, excellent production. Well, I'm just the bloke who talks about the pictures. It's Rich Danby and Al who've put it all together, but we've all got to glue it all together, and it's a team effort here at Shelsley. That is the main thing. Chris Yates, a valid question. Explanation of classes would be a good idea. Some of the cars that we've seen are a little bit out of order, shall I say, out of running order, not out of order, but out of running order at the moment. But once we get into our stride, I'll explain. It's mainly done on engine capacity and whether or not a production car is modified, i.e. not road legal, or it is road legal. So we are quite easy to explain some things. I mean, a view in the dual drive area, we've got that Mazda MX-5 on the right hand side that is a dual driven car, so one person has gone up in the car, it's come back down, and it then positions itself in there, and then the other driver jumps in and then the car can go up again. On the left hand side we've got the Elva of Bryony Serrell, and then we've got our Lotus classes all lining up. The Paul Matty Championship here this weekend with always the immaculately turned out Lotus class that we've got. The Elva in the foreground, the Lotus Elans on the right, the Mini, a few sheep in the background. They don't look very bothered, do they? James Stone, love this place. I love Shelsley. Used to marshal there in the 1970s and 1980s. Looks like you've been marshalling at the British Grand Prix. So that would be great to see you back here, James Stone. We've also had a message from Howard Davies. Wish I was there. Put an entry in, but I'm sorry, Howard, we're really full this weekend, but maybe another one. Put an entry in for another weekend, and we look forward to seeing you here. Good luck to everyone, he says. Check out the immaculate new green paint on the Armco at the finish line. Looks very good to me. We had a working party here 2 weeks ago, that's why, and we had 35, 40 volunteers come and bring the hill out of hibernation from the winter. It's wintered well, Shelsley. I was positioned at top S with chainsaw in hand and had 3 different bonfires clearing up brambles and brash, and other people were painting and positioning tyres and mending buildings, and I think there's a marshal's hut that really is Trigger's Broom, particularly the one on the right hand side of your screen. It was completely disassembled and it was all as good as new by the end of the day. Stephen Akers with the Lotus Elan crosses the line now. 39.71. Carol Nichols, though, with the Nike single-seater. Back in her stride, back in the car. Carol on her way through crossing. perfect view. As I said, not too many shadows from the trees at this time of year. The ashes haven't got their full leaf on. Carroll on her way through the S's. Bryony Serrell leaves the line now with her Elva that we saw in the dual drive area a moment ago. She's in the smaller picture top right. Carroll does a 41.31. Bryony with the Elva. 1600cc. Up towards S's. Taking it steady. Through the left, through the right. Takes the drain cover. I think that drain cover is still the pre-war drain cover here at Shelsley all those years ago. Noor Ali now with the Mazda MX-5 1600. 36.38 by the way for Bryony. 36.38, 90 miles an hour over the line. Noor Ali with the Mazda on towards the S's, no problem at all at 68 miles an hour. So all's well there. Adele Hunt leaves the line with the Mini Cooper S Mark III that we saw with Ian a few cars ago in the last batch. Noor Ali crosses the line, 41.16. Adele Hunt tramping on through the sunshine. Speed on S approach 66, so all good there. That's it, hold your line, tip it in, try and not have too much tire scrub. Need to use more road on the left hand side, plenty of track, another half a car width there. Unravel the steering, let your grip go, let the wheel just release your grip a little bit. Don't let go of the wheel, just release it a little bit and let the car flow out. You can go further out to the left-hand side on the exit of top S than you think. Focus on a point and then it'll all go through. John Palmer, though, already passing that spot at top S after approaching the S's at 79 with the Lotus Elise. He's going through there. Crossing the line, 37.83. Karen Buffy now. This is the Paul Matty sports car class. Karen on her way with this Elan. Oh, struggling for a gear. Think there was a struggle for a gear there. Just lost a bit of momentum, and it's the steepest part of the hill, and that's the last thing you want to do, is lose your momentum anywhere. But now crossing the line, 45.73. Pete Bottrell. Let's look at his S approach. Yep, 78. Always been quick. Chucks this Elan in. One way, then the other. Gone. Changing shots. And up towards the finish. Time for Bottrell, 35.89. Jane Millwood, another Elan. A little bit of a smaller capacity than the Bottrell car we saw a moment ago. Jane Millwood coming up through S approach after that top left-hander at a speed of 69 miles an hour. So all good there so far. The electric blue coloured car with the stripe down the middle, shining away nicely. Time for Jane, 40.09. 40.09. Jonathan Bibby, Lotus Elise, aluminium chassis car. Announced in the winter they were stopping making them. Everybody clamoured to go out and buy one. Picking their favourite drive of an Elise over the last, whatever it is, 20 years or so that the car has been in production. Time for Jonathan, 37.65. Tim Graysby with the Lotus 2, sharing the car with, it was Keith Bristow a moment ago. So Tim Graysby on the hill now. Bristow did a 37.85, so that's his target, a 37.85. And on the splits, he's missing out at the moment, so he's got to get a move on to try and get up with his co-driver. Hill climbing's it's an evil sport at times because it is all about tenths and hundredths of a second, and if you lose momentum it's half a second and then even more, and then it really does start to run away. Tim Gravesby 41.35. Richard Swindle now with his Elan. Sun's out, perfect blue sky that we've got above the commentary position here at the base of Shelsley Walsh. Good afternoon here from Shelsley. Well, good morning if you're watching in the USA or even South America. It's an early springtime afternoon, or should I say a mid-springtime afternoon here at Shelsley, and it's very acceptable. We had a drop of rain a moment ago, but nothing that really got us very wet here in the paddock. All's well with Richard Swindle, 38.33. Chris Westwood with his Lotus Elise. Coming up towards the crossing left-hander. Use the road on the exit. Lots of tarmac available on your right-hand side. Stay out onto your right-hand side for as long as possible. Late apex, that's about right. And bottom S. And then let the car go over to the left-hand side on the exit of top S. Bang slap middle of the straight. Westwood's time about to flash up in white, 40 seconds exactly. Jeff Stellard, we saw the Elan in the hands of Ian a few runs ago. Jeff Stellard got the time to beat. Shucks it into top S. On his way on the exit and up towards the sunshine at the top of the hill. Time 34.88. Kendrick Lewis in the Lotus 51 with the JPS, the black and gold colours. Now we're into the classic racers, all Lotuses in this championship class. Kendrick Lewis. Oh, no, he's struggling to get a gear, then he got a gear, then he gave it a boot, then it went one way, then the other. Now he's got it all sorted, but losing precious time in the middle of his run there. So another run will be better for him. David Giddens having a good run in this beautiful Lotus 23, 1600. As approach already, he's up there at 83 miles an hour. 83 miles an hour. No problem for him through the S. It's a nice car, that. It's pretty, it's nice. Looks chuckable. Looks as if it's doing 100 miles an hour standing still. Perfect. What's his run? 34.3. Stephen Palmer now, Lotus 51. Doing well on the S approach at 71 miles an hour. Little bit of an early apex. Now all good on the exit of top S. And he makes his way towards the top of the hill as Clive Buffy. Saw Karen a moment ago, but it's Clive now on the hill with his Lotus 61. More of an angular shape to the car than the 51 that we saw of Palmer's a moment ago. Clive, S approach, 74 miles an hour. Half a second down on the S split than Stephen Palmer, so he needs to find half a second in the back end of this run. Palmer's time was a 35.42. Clive Buffy not quite able to do that. 36.78 is the time that Clive did. David Hampton now with his Lotus 69. This is a bit quicker, isn't it? Yep, tramping on with this Formula 2 car. S approach 87 miles an hour. You want to lean on these cars, but you certainly do not want to bend them. It's the last thing that you want to do. Hampton's time as he rushes past our camera, 33.5. 33.5. Brian Meddings lives the other side of the valley. Come a long way, you know. Lotus 35. S approach is a speed of 80 miles an hour. Red flag halfway up the hill, so that's going to take a little bit of a clear up. unfortunately for Brian. So we'll change our attention to the paddock area and see what's going on down there. Paddock area, people being lined up, the remainder of the Lotus class just appearing on the right-hand side, a couple of TVRs in the forefront of your shot, and then the motorbikes that are all getting ready for their run. A great swarm of them, look at them. But gentlemen, you might want to take your helmets off because it might be a bit of a delay before you manage to get your bikes started and come to the tyre warming area. It's going to be a bit of a delay, unfortunately, so if you could just bear with us, that'd be fantastic. Sarah Thorne coming to the tyre warming area together with June Matty on the right hand side. So it'll be a bit of a wait. Sarah and June, it'll be a bit of a wait. Okay. So, whilst we've got a bit of a break, what we did at the beginning of lockdown a year ago is that we had a few quizzes and online things going on with the world of motorsport and the world full stop, as the world was stuck at home with the first lockdown. And what we did at Shelsley is that we did a little presentation on our Facebook page to the Revs and Art page, and we've got that still in our database, and it's a 10 minutes walkthrough of the history of Shelsley and what we've done at Shelsley, and if we can pull that up and show you it for the next few minutes, that would be fantastic. But we've got a red flag on the hill
Walsh
for the time
Hill
being.
Climb in Worcestershire. It's the oldest motorsport venue in the world that has been continuously run on its original course. 115 years we've been driving and celebrating hill climbing at Shelsley with all sorts of different cars, but most of all with a wonderful view, because we're 10 miles west of Worcester in the Team Valley, and it is quite a view indeed. Lots of cars of various different shapes and sizes all compete at Shelsley over the 1,000-yard course that has been the same since those early days. This is a map of the place from the 1930s. The BBC hut positioned at the bottom and in the middle of the S's because it used to be broadcast on the Empire service in those days, going as far afield as to Australia and India. But this was Ernest Instone. He set the very first best time of day in 1905 with the Daimler. Did 77.6 seconds. But soon the record tumbled. The view then very similar to what it is now, except for the fact that maybe the spectators aren't as close nowadays as this Vauxhall 3098 makes its way up through the S's with 4 people on board. Different times indeed. Ingenuity and engineering excellence was certainly very much part of hill climbing then as it is now. Can you imagine driving this to the hill in the 1930s? It was internationally recognised commercially because people got behind the racers who came to Shelsley, including Shell, who celebrated Raymond Mays getting best time of the day in the 1930s. Mays on the left here, with Malcolm Campbell in the middle and Earl Howe on the right-hand side. This is May 1935. Campbell had just set a land speed record at 276 miles an hour, and before the year was out, he would be the first person to break 300 miles an hour. He was competing on that day at Shelsley in his Sunbeam. So it drew the names and it drew the people, including Hans Stuck and the might of Auto Union, who came to Shelsley in June 1936. Stuck on the left-hand side, Horsch in the middle, one of the 4 rings of the Auto Union that, of course, now make up the Audi logo. And Leslie Wilson on the right-hand side, the then secretary at Shelsley, welcomed Stuck to the hill. Also present that day, second from left, was Prince Beera. Then you got Stuck in the white jacket, Mays, Earl Howe, And on the extreme right-hand side, Prince Chula, who, of course, was hand-in-hand with Bera. What a lineup on the day. Stuck, unfortunately, had to try and get to the top of the hill in very difficult wet conditions. Too many horsepowers, he said. But the view then, well, that wooden barn is still there. The view very similar today. That is one of the most famous Shelsley pictures. The number 57 C-Type Auto Union struggling for grip. 550 horsepower? Then, 84 years ago, must have been another world. But we managed to get the Auto Union and Audi tradition back to Shelsley 4 years ago. The guys came over from Germany and they put on a super show with Hans-Joachim Stuck coming over from Austria and driving throughout the weekend the Auto Union and also one of his Trans Am Audis. It was a wonderful step back in time. Some of you will have been there that day. If not, well, we've got lots of pictures for you to enjoy. But going back through Shelsley history, Shelsley had innovations through the 60s with four-wheel drive and a guy called Tony Marsh who won the British Hill Climb Championship 6 times. Then into the 70s, Pilbeam came to the fore. DFV engines trickled down from Formula One. Special tyres trickled down from Formula One. Then into the early 80s, then we had more big fat tyres and open pipes and DFV engines in the back of Pilbeams, and then some slightly smaller engines, 2.5 litre Hearts, 2.8 litre Hearts in the back of some smaller cars with skirts and more advanced aerodynamics. In 1986, Hannu Mikkola came to Shelsley with the Audi Sport Quattro. It was still a current Group B rally car in those days, and he certainly enjoyed his day. He won in July 1986. Sterling Moss has been to Shelsley. He came in the early zeros and he presented Graham White Jr. with a cheque for £1,000 after White Jr. broke the 25-second barrier for the very first time. And into more modern times, it's the Gould concern who build specialist hill climb cars, carbon fibre, specialist engines mounted in the back of them and lots of aerodynamics, and it is therefore a Gould's in the hands of Martin Groves who holds the outright Shelsley record in 22.58 seconds. He is the longest record holder at Shelsley. But that record will be up for grabs. It will go one day. The reigning British Hill Climb champion is also in a Gould, but it's a later model, a GR59. This is Wallace Menges, getting a little bit crossed up through the S's. This has 630 horsepower or so. It really is quite something to see and to listen to. Menzies, the reigning champion. We've also had Formula E car here at Shelsley in the shape of Mitch Evans, who brought the Jaguar here a couple of years ago. And also other cars from around the world of motorsport, whether or not it's Nürburgring, 24 Hours or wherever. We celebrate the winners of the day with a podium at the end of our competitive Sunday. And we've had some fun in the past with Dougie Lampkin being here as well, 12 times a Trials World Champion. Other cars that we see on the hill, smaller single-seaters with motorcycle engines in, are really a great way for people to enter into speed hill climbing economically. Sharing cars is a way forward. Husband and wives, brothers, friends, all chipping in to try and save money. But this is the current Gould GR59 of Sean Gould, designed by himself and his father David. This is his 2020 car, which of course we've yet to see in action. This has a 4-litre V8 Judd in the back of it. It's got 700 horsepower, and this weighs about 420 kilos. The aerodynamics on it are unlimited. No skirts though, but the aero is unlimited, so there's a lot of Formula One stuff on here that they can't use in Formula One, but they can use in hill climbing. Just look at that. It really is doing 150 miles an hour whilst it's standing still. CFD is used in the design of modern hill climb cars, as a way of really maximising the aerodynamic possibilities of the cars. This is another model that has been made for Empire. This has got a 1600cc Suzuki engine in the back of it. Huge downforce, huge Venturi, huge tunnel. Other cars that continue to come to Shelsley includes Spider, held the record in the 1920s, and also some modern cars. You can bring your road car. You can even go up in your estate car, a Golf R, for example. Maybe you've got a 250 short wheelbase Ferrari you'd like to bring along. I know one of you's got one out there, haven't you? Nice 911 getting sideways out of the top S. Roy Stanley in his Mitsubishi Evo 5, always a favourite. He's modified that immensely and it is very, very quick. You can even do a wheelie off the line if you've got enough horsepower in your Smart. We've got an archive at Shelsley with all the original posters from the 1930s. The posters that were spread all around the area to get people to come to the hill. They came in their droves, buses being put on from Birmingham town centre to bring people to the Team Valley in Worcestershire. A lot of people celebrating their success at Shelsley. A Lockheed advert here celebrating Raymond Mays in his ERA R4D in 1947, the first year of the British Hill Climb Championship. The posters that we've got are really evocative, and we're looking to do a rerun of these posters, so keep your eyes peeled on our social media channels.
Well, back here at Shelsley, we've got a red flag on the hill after a bit of an off a moment ago from Brian Meddings. So he's out of the car, but there's a bit of repair needing to be done from that part of the hill. So we've got a bit of a break in proceedings, but we look forward to seeing Paul Boscott here on the 25th of July, competing in the Connaught Speed Championship. You're watching us through our YouTube channel. Thank you very much. And we've also got somebody from down under, Adelaide, South Australia, Phil Holmes. Good evening. It's proper late with you, isn't it? Down there, down under. We've got our bikes coming up in a few cars' time. And good luck to Grandad Stu on bike 9 from Jensen and Charlotte. Hannah Tilley. We've also got some Gerald Watkins watching from Leominster. Gerald Watkins tuning in through our Facebook page. And also a little bit further afield, Ian Holmes. Great to be watching sunny Shelsley from the prairies of Minnesota. The Minnesota Vikings. I had a text message this morning from a colleague in Minnesota about MotoGP. So it was very much a Minnesota morning. Shell Richards, a Shelsley regular. Can't wait to be back trackside here and watching the action. Thanks, Shell. Look forward to seeing you when we open our doors to our spectators and public come the beginning of June. Alfred Leroy, loving the action. Keep it up. Thank you very much. He also says, the person in charge of production deserves a hand. So, Rich, Alfred is giving you a shout out there. And Shell, well, if you say that you are waiting to watch the Formula One qualifying, well, you've got to dual screen it, haven't you? You've got to look at two at one. The big cars are not that far away. Another half an hour, I would say. Half an hour, I'd say, yep. That should be about right before the quick cars go up. Wallace Menges is here today together with Will Hall, who had a bit of an off at Kerbera a couple of weeks ago, but got the car sorted in short order before Prescott last weekend, and he's here at Shelsley this weekend. Will Hall, the fastest man up Shelsley back in 2019. David Uren, the quickest man up Shelsley in 2018. He's here as well, sharing with Nicola Menges. Three-time British champion Trevor Willis with his OMS. He's here as well, together with Alex Summers, former British champion. He's driving the DJ. We've got Tony Hunt. Haven't seen Tony for a while. You won't miss him because he's got some new overalls and they're very bright, I have to say. Tony Hunt with his Gould GR55 is here as well. The Warburtons, David and Alan with the 1600cc Gould. We've seen Darren Gumley make his way towards the top of the hill. The girl power team, Debbie Dunbar and Lindsay Summers, there in the DJ Firestorm. The new Cottrell car with Jack and John. The Dallara Formula 3 car that's been modified to go hill climbing. That is quite something. It's kind of orange and blue McLaren-esque kind of colour scheme that it is now adorned in. Looks very nice indeed. Simon Andrews, Bernard Kevill with their V8 OMS. As he says, well, I'm 60-something years old, time to put a V8 in the back of a hill climb car. Sounds about right. Scott Moran, good to see Scott, the 6-time British hill climb champion, here as well. Didn't see him last year, only did a couple of test days in the new for him Gould GR59 that he's sharing with Graham Wynne. But we saw Graham with the car 2 years ago, but the pair of them now sharing their steed. Similar car to that of Sean Gould, who did a 22.73 here last year and was ultimately pipped by Alex Summers with a 22.71, just 0.13 of a second outside the hill record here at Shelsley Walsh. Talking about Alex Summers and the time that he did here at Shelsley of a 22.71, we've got the onboard of Alex and what it looks like to race up Shelsley at an electrifying speed. He did it in late September in 2020. It was the very last run of the 2020 season. And we've got it on board with him here. Here he is, first, second, third, fourth. He's already doing 100 miles an hour. On the power early out of Kennel, up towards crossing. He took sixth gear, held sixth gear through S approach about 140 miles an hour. Through the S's in third gear, flung it into top S. Dab of opposite lock on the outside. The exit of the corner, over the line at 145 miles an hour and 22.71 seconds.
Put it there, mate.
Thank you, well done, mate.
Well done, fella. Well done, mate. Come out. Bloody great.
A lot of emotion at the top of the hill. A lot of effort being put into getting that car ready. It had a V6 in it initially, a 2.5 litre V6, and then the 2.65 litre Cosworth V8 that it's now got in it. Huge time. But those kind of times are on the cards here at Shelsley this year. I mentioned that there's a few cars that have moved on the technology of speed hill climbing in recent years, and it's last one gone. A lot of people got their eye in with a lot of runs here at Shelsley during 2020, and Summers and Gould and the Warburtons did very well indeed. There'll be some very, very healthy times. Together with Trevor Willis, who did a personal best as well on his run here in September. He's looking to do a 22-second run. He'll be more than happy if that one comes to fruition. Not quite sure it's going to happen here today, but this weekend, but it should happen between now and the end of the year. Other pictures that we've got from Shelsley Walsh, we've got in our edit suite, and giving you some idea of other events that we've had here and views of Shelsley. I mentioned that we've had some. Let's do the retro look back. Let's look at Charles Barter in a Davrian here in 1979. These are pictures that have been scanned by Sid Wall from negatives that he found in a box. He scanned the prints, but they didn't work. But he had a negative. Jerry Tyack in a BMW CSL. Look at that. He always had some very tasty BMWs. It's a view on the exit of Crossing, halfway up the hill from 79, 1980, 1981. That's Jim Thompson in the background. That's James Thompson driving that car. James Thompson, he was 21 when he won the British Hill Climb Championship in 1981. He was phenomenally fast. Tim Thompson, still involved in hill climbing. And look at this chap driving a great big Cobra up in a sports jacket. It's just fantastic. Oof, nice Porsche, wide-bodied. Is that an RSR? No, it's got the bodywork, got the flared arches put on it. That's Tony Bancroft with a view down from the Crossing commentary box in 1979. That's Richard Fry in a Mallock from late 70s, early 80s, coming through Crossing. And from there, and that's ADO, Alistair Douglas Osborne, former British Hill Climb champion, held the record here numerous times, and ultimately did a 26:08 in August 1983. Look at that. Goodyear tyres, big Cosworth DFV, open pipes, radial tyres. Alan Payne and the Smiley Riley coming through Crossing. Those railings are still there from pre-war all the way through to today. A set of Davrians with a Ferrari Dino in the background. May well be Malcolm Carey's, that one. Those Dinos are very tasty nowadays. A view from the end of the paddock. That is Chris Kramer in a March 782. Look at the skirts. Look at the under tray. Look at the... Oh, look, just imagine the downforce with the air rushing underneath that car. Lovely lines with the Grunhalle Lager that was always his sponsor. And that's Chris Kramer after he won the championship. He's got the Tolman, Jimmy Jack Crane hire. David Franklin, 1978 British Hill Climb champion, warming his tyres in the March. And look how far back he is warming his tyres in the middle of the paddock. Just brilliant. I think that's Jerry Tyack again, sponsored by the Ligon Arms in Broadway. That's one of those BMW 2002s, but it was modified to go racing with Marcus Winkelhock. Winkelhock with Mark Surer, Eddie Cheever. They drove those cars. Group 4, I think they were. Stand to be corrected. Look at that. That's a proper classic, that is. It was a classic then, and it's certainly a classic now. Quite something, that. What else? There's Godfrey Crompton. I sent in that picture during the week. Godfrey Crompton with ADO behind him. Alan Richards with the Minolta coloured car. Godfrey Crompton still lives at Aberley. I sent him these pictures during the week, and he said, my goodness me, I haven't seen those for a while. Martin Griffiths with his Pilbeam. Steve Awebu on the right-hand side, one of the mechanics around the day. And Martin with another year and another Pilbeam with the Severn, with the R in Severn, as in river, advertising sponsorship that he had there. I would say that's the same piece of rope that people are leaning on there as today, but I won't. But the view is very, very similar. Rob Aldacre and Andy Smith with their was it turbocharged Brabham that they had? It was running. Roy Lane with the March, put the boot in, Steel King. Look at that open pipe out the back of a 2.5 litre 4-cylinder Hart. They were proper noisy days. The 6-wheeler March that Roy Lane had on the hills as well. 4 wheels at the back, smaller diameter tyres. There you have it. Look at the complexity of that Hewland gearbox and inboard brake discs and the Goodyear tyres. ADO's car in the background. Look at that. Geisen bead blasting, the March sticker on the front. Heady days at Shelsley. Sid Wall, I remind you, still comes to Shelsley today. Thank you so much. He emailed me these pictures in the winter, and I just couldn't believe the quality that he had, including some of the old cars. I showed this to a friend of mine who I worked hard on with the Shelsley book that we produced last Christmas, and he said he reckoned he was in that shot. Here's ADO in the very first Pilbeam MP43 rushing through bottom S. And that's Dudley, Sally, Mason Stirran in the 206 Dino, ex-Bandini car, 2-litre V6 X-Works Ferrari car with the Modena Prova plate. Dudley and Sally still very much involved with Ferraris wherever they are in the world. Another picture of Chris Kramer, another March, but another year, rushing through bottom S. Look at the exhaust pipes finding their way over the top of the 4-cylinder Hart. Another one of Gough Crompton with the Simpson Bandit helmet. That was a second quicker, at least, with the Simpson Bandit helmet. And Martin Griffiths, again, rushing past the giant rhubarb at bottom S. Who's that? Paul Edwards, that is. Paul Edwards, is it? Paul Edwards went on to be well up in Williams and with Bernie Ecclestone. Rob Turnbull with his Pilbeam with Malcolm Dungworth in the background. Spoke to him on the phone the other day. And another one of ADO. Look at the size of the rear tyres on the back of that Pilbeam. Alistair Douglas Osborne with the black helmet with ADO written down the side. A Griffin helmet, that was it. The Waring and Gillow colour scheme. Painted, of course, were the graphics in those days. No stickers. They were hand-painted odd. Chris Kramer with the V6 3-litre in the back of that car that went on to win the championship. Warming his tyres just before he came to the line here on a sunny summer afternoon in the early 80s. And then leaving the line in a cloud of hazy blue tyre smoke. Fantastic pictures. And what a lineup that is. You saw that picture on our Shelsley social media this week. Griffiths on the left, Roy Lane with the Fenny Marine car in the middle, and another close-up picture of Martin Griffiths there coming towards the line. And that Sir Nick McDowell, isn't that? McDowell with the... Yes, it is, because it had the Rover V8 in the back. There's Peter Kay getting crossed up at crossing. Oh, goodness me, in the Pilbeam. That's a bit of a heart-stopping moment. Peter Kay, I'm in touch with his son to this day. He is based in Italy and involved with some rally raid and off-road motorcycle stuff, and that's how we bizarrely joined the loop. There's the Fenny Marine coloured march of Roy Lane coming through bottom S. Bold colours, aren't they? Wonderful bold colours. Wife Betty here today. John and Julie as well. All here at Shelsley. Here we are 40 years later. Did I just say that? Yeah, great pictures. Great pictures. There was something going on in these days as well between Goodyear and they were getting tyres out of a Formula One paddock. ADO Mike Pilbeam was telling me a couple of years ago that, if you had the qualifying tyres out of the back of a Formula One paddock and you went hill climbing with them, then, whoa, goodness me, it really was quite something to go hill climbing with that special rubber. It's not quite as specialist as it is nowadays with the Avons and the Pirellis that we've got. But you do what you can in engineering, don't you? Okay, now, we've also got some other messages. Let's have a quick catch-up with our social media. Lee Ogilvie, fantastic photos of some amazing cars. They certainly were. And also, remember, we saw that race Group 4 version of a BMW. Well, if anybody's going to know, it's going to be the guys at Retro Rides. A BMW E21. E21. I forget what the E stands for in German, but translated it means development. So you had an E21, you had an E30 M3, you had an E39 M5, you've got an E46 M3. Development, and that was the kind of code name for it. Interesting topic of conversation here. Any word on the hill getting resurfaced? That's the only reason that Groves' record still stands. Not necessarily. Martin was an exceptional driver, and when you look at the splits, he always managed to eke out a little bit of time at the base of the hill, and then he carried it through. Of course, the hill has a factor in it, Philip. Of course, there is the factor of the stones getting a little bit more polished year on year, but it won't be too long before we resurface. It's going to cost us a lot of money here at Shelsley, but we're saving all we can to try and get everything all sorted for a hill resurface, and then it certainly will be oversubscribed for that next meeting. Joe Cottrell watching from Brierley Hill on YouTube. Good to catch up, Joe. I know that you're always regularly in touch digitally. Dave Parr, there's only one Dave Parr. Hi guys, looking forward to being with you in June with the angle box, the Ford Anglia in the Hennies Championship. Never not spectacular is Dave Parr up a hill climb. And also a message from Adam Gittings. Lovely seeing Shelsley in the sun. A little bit of shade just for the time being, but in the sun. We look forward to being back soon. And I believe Steve Davis is Steve Davis. Looking forward to Classic Nostalgia in the middle of July. Steve Davis very much part of the rally cars, the Rally 22 brigade that come along with a plethora of Group 4, Group A, Group B, and WRC rally cars with the Rally 21 brigade. Quick focused in view there on the repairs that have now taken place to the tyre wall after the off that unfortunately happened to Brian Meddings. So everything not a million miles away before we get back to action. Oh, broom, yes, no broom, yes, broom, no. Triggers broom. Back and forth, but no broom needed for the time being. 2 brooms, there you go, double your money from the marshals at Top S before everything gets all back into action. Saw a quick glimpse of Chris Kramer a moment ago. Johnny Red saying that he drove the original Gould to the championship back in 1985. That was the 84G, yes. We saw the pictures there with Chris Kramer in a March with a 3-litre V6 in it, and that was his first championship year. Before it was his second championship year with the Gould. Regular visitor still to Shelsley is Chris Kramer in his advancing years, but his brain is very much on it. I'm going to hand over to Chris Druitt. We're not a million miles away before we have some more track action, but Chris will bring you up to speed with what's happening in Chris World over the last 6 months. So I'll hand you over.
Thanks, Toby. Yeah, hi everybody. Sorry about this bit of a delay at Prescott at Shelsley. Now Toby's hitting me. I always make that mistake. I did it last weekend as well, saying this is his first visit to Shelsley, and it was Prescott. It's old age. Tyre wall is being repaired. Poor Brian Meddings had a bit of a thump at the top S, and one wheel was seen disappearing over the horizon. So yes, Chris, we call him Kramer, but actually his real name is Kramer. He's of German extraction, and I see that he's he's added a note saying Entwicklung, which means development. So lovely to get messages coming through. Please keep them coming. I'm not sure where Toby got to, but Dave Parr, who is a long-time competitor. Hi guys, look forward to being with you in June. That'll be good. Dave drives a Sierra Cosworth, a very nice original Sierra Cosworth that he's had from new, and a much modified Ford Anglia, the one with the reverse screen, which was sensational when it appeared. I don't know if you remember, back in 1960 or 1959, the Ford Anglia with the rear screen backwards or tilted the other way, and there was lots of disapproval. Surely that can't be right, but it was hugely popular. Things are happening on the hill. And Gordon Brout, oh, Gordon from Guernsey watching, says Joyce. Our marshals look as if they're girding their loins, ready to receive cars. So, Lucy, thanks for the message. Watching from Frome, Dave and Lucy Cuff. Well, thanks for watching. You haven't got much action on the hill to watch at the moment, but I am told there's still a bit of tyre wall repairing going on, and a bit of sweeping. Yes, if you get a tank slapper out of the top S, it's very easy for it to get out of control and go off on the right. Poor Brian Meddings has found out. Paul Matty had just left the line to have his run, but he was presumably stopped and turned around and is back in the paddock, although I can see his car down in the paddock. I don't know if Toby has mentioned where Shelsley Walsh is, where the Team Valley is. It's in the Midlands in England, quite near the town of Worcester, and it's in a very deep valley, as you can see. My wife always calls it nursery rhyme country. You know the sort of nursery rhyme books with little tractors climbing up the hills. It's very pretty, and it's a lovely valley. And Shelsley is a little country lane, as you can see, going quite steeply uphill for 1,000 yards, and it's very quick it's if you were watching Prescott Hill Climb last weekend, Prescott's a lovely hill, but it's lots of corners and lots of accelerating and braking. Shelsley is very, very quick. If we have a quick look, Richard, down at the start line, and from the start line towards Kennel, there's the start line, and the fast cars are doing about 100 miles an hour before they get to Kennel Bend, which is the first left-hander that they take. You can see beyond those marshals, there's Kennel Bend, and it's what, I think 300 yards from the start, and the cars are topping 100 miles an hour by the time they get there. And the famous hill climber Roy Lane, who got the championship a number of times, he used to say that getting Kennel right is the key to a good time up the hill, and I think he's right. It's very tempting to stand on the brakes because you think, crikey, I'll never get round this corner, but gradually you realise, certainly in a modern hill climber, that the grip is so fantastic, the downforce is so fantastic, that you can pretty much take Kennel flat. And then the hill continues through we're looking down the hill, but coming up the hill, there's a left-hand swerve, a little right-hand swerve, and then this big swerve with the fence, which is crossing. And crossing is really a test of skill and courage, because you need to keep your foot flat down if you can through crossing to build up a speed all the way up to the S's. Toby probably explained why we have a timing beam 64 feet from the start line. For the 3 people listening who don't know what that's for, a time of 2 seconds to 64 feet equates to 1 g, 1 force of gravity of acceleration. And so a 2 second to 64 is a very quick start. I think the quickest I've ever seen off the line is 1.59, which was incredibly quick. It's not dragster quick, but it's very, very quick. Anyway, we're seeing a batch returning to the paddock. Cars are belting up there. They beat through crossing, keeping up a lot of speed. Then there's a little left-hand kink that doesn't need a lift at all, and then into bottom S. And again, we've got a speed trap on the entry to bottom S, and you'll have heard Toby talking about S approach speed. And we do get some very high speeds into bottom S in the region of 130 miles an hour plus, which is quite awesome. And if you come, when you come to Shelsley in person, particularly if you're on the benches up on the left there, which you can see on the screen, to see the cars entering bottom S at something like 130 miles an hour is quite mind-blowing, really. And then we've got the S's. So again, we're looking down the S's. So first it's a fairly sharp left-hander, and followed by the top S. And one of the tricks at Shelsley, one of the techniques that you really, to get a quick time, have to get the hang of, is to not let the car drift over to the right-hand side of the road at the exit to bottom S. You need to keep it in the middle, or even over to the left if you can get it over there, to line up properly, to get a good line out of top S. We talk about the drain cover sometimes. Some people go over the drain cover. Actually, the best route through top S is to touch the apex beyond the drain cover and then get a straight line sprint up to the finishing line. And speeds over the finishing line are quite astonishing nowadays. We don't talk too much about it because they really are quite extreme nowadays, but in excess of 150 miles an hour. And then beyond the finishing line is the braking area into the top paddock, which is a great place to chat to your mates who are also waiting up there, having done their run. And one famous hill climber who was extremely quick, he would arrive at the top paddock, hands shaking slightly, and he would have taped a pack of fags to the tub of his car, and with a shaking hand he would reach for a cigarette and take a few puffs. If you think that's a little piece of string on the screen, the bottom right-hand side of the screen, it's not. It's a bird's eye view of the shape of the track, and the blue indicates which camera is in use at the moment. And that's quite useful to follow the line of the cars coming up the hill. Let's see if we can have a look at some more of your comments. Lee Ogilby, fantastic photos of some amazing cars. Daniel Eames says ADO, whose name was Biscuit. Alistair Douglas Osborne, who was champion here in the early 80s. Philip Bain, any word on getting the hill resurfaced? It's the oh no, this is contentious. Toby's done that. we won't talk about that too much, but certainly the hill record that stands now was broken by Martin Groves just after the hill got resurfaced. So I was saying to one of our top competitors this morning that when it's resurfaced, when the next time it's resurfaced, there'll be a rush to see what sort of time can be done. This particular meeting is not a round of any championship, so is it a Midland? We're just discussing whether it's a round in the Midland Championship. It is. Toby says it's a round of the Midland Championship. So therefore will be a runoff tomorrow. Yes, there'll be a runoff of the top 12. The fastest cars, the top 12 fastest cars will run off, and that happens just before lunch and towards the end of the meeting as well. So tomorrow we've got competitors competing in the Midlands Championship, which takes place throughout the season. And unlike the British Hill Climb Championship, the Midlands Championship means that you can score points in your class all through the season. Therefore, the winner of the championship is not necessarily one of the fastest cars. It's the fastest in a particular class. And very often it's not one of our top 12 runners who wins the Midlands Championship. Looks as if the tyre wall has been repaired. It gives me a chance to mention marshalling. We owe always a huge debt of gratitude to our marshals who turn out rain or shine, heat or cold, and do a fantastic job. And they're always looking for new people to join the gang. It's a great way of getting involved, close-up involved in motorsport, to be a marshal. There's brilliant training offered, as you would imagine, because there are periods when the marshals do a very serious job, particularly if a car has gone off and a driver needs to be helped out of the car. And one of the things that has changed in recent years is that the marshals are instructed, if a car has a serious accident, not to let the driver jump straight out, because sometimes the driver's instinct is to get out of the car as quickly as you can, but actually you can do yourself more damage in that process. And so drivers are encouraged to sit tight and the doctor has a good look at them, and then it gets helped out of the car. The good news is that the track is rapidly being cleared. We've got a few more cars to come in the Paul Matty Lotus Championship, and then we've got our motorcycles again. They are competing for their second round of the British Motorcycle Hill Climb Championship. We had their first round last weekend at Prescott, and it was a very exciting round. Plus, there was a runoff at the end, and our leading biker, who won the championship last year, Tom Short, qualified fastest and in the runoff was having a great run until I hope Tom isn't listening, had a great run until he got to the Ettores hairpin, the right-hand hairpin, and unfortunately he applied his brakes too late and went skidding into the kitty litter on the outside of Ettores. No harm to himself, no harm to the bike, but poor old Tom was a bit upset. Had the grace to apologise, although I don't know what he was apologising for. He gave us something really, really good to watch. Well, goodish, if you know what I mean. Exciting anyway. So we've got the motorcycles coming, and there are, I think, 5 classes of motorcycles. We've got the 250s, but only one runner in the 250s. We've got 2 runners in the 350s. So normally, in recent meetings, the 250 and 350 class have been merged. Then we got up to 500, up to 750, up to 1400, the big bikes, and then we've got 2 sidecars, the trikes, Simon and Jane Foster, who were out last weekend, and Kevin and Sarah Duell. So it's great to have 2 of the trikes. Good news, we're back in action, finally. And coming to the line is Paul Matty, who is having a rerun because he got as far as the kennels, I think, and then the red flag came out and he had to stand on the brakes and stop and turn around and come back down the hill. So Paul is the sponsor of this championship. Paul Matty Championship takes place over about 12 meetings throughout the season, and they have a lot of fun, but a lot of stiff competition. Now, Paul is driving a rare car. It's the Lotus 35, Formula 2 car, and it's one of, I think, only 2 or 3 of the Type 35s with the Lotus twin cam engine. Most of them, I think, were fitted with the FVA. So Paul heading up towards the finish, and crosses the line with 39.88, and he's followed, as always, by his wife June, and June's in a Lotus 69, Formula 3 version of the Lotus 69, but with a twin-cam engine. So 1558cc twin cam into bottom S. June goes at 67 miles an hour. Paul went in at 64, so June's winning the bottom S race at the moment, and heads over the out of top S and over the finish line, records a time of 40.97. She's followed by Sarah Thorne. Sarah is always quick in this Lotus 20/22, started life as a Formula Junior car, the Lotus 20, and wow, Sarah, 78 miles an hour into bottom S. Nice neat line through bottom S and up towards the finish. Let's have a look at her finish speed. It is 97, that's quick, 35.1. His husband Malcolm, this is a family affair. This is Sarah's husband Malcolm. Now he's in another Type 35 which also has the twin cam engine, and Malcolm is the last outright winner of the Chateau Impney Hill Climb, which sadly no longer takes place, but it was a lovely event. So Malcolm into bottom S at 73. We do have your screen. If it comes, it'll probably come up when we have a run off the S sector. We get a time through the S's, and a time under 8 seconds is very quick. Time for Malcolm, 37.72. On his way, Anthony Shute, who was a director of Lotus Cars and was very much involved in developing the Lotus Elise, which sadly is now out of production. But the good news is that lots of really exciting new models due to come from Lotus over the next year or two. Anthony, 84 miles an hour into bottom S. And he's the last runner in the Paul Matty Lotus Championship for the moment. Records a 35.44. Brings us to TVRs. And we've got 4 TVRs kicked off by Richard Blackley in the Chimera with a 4.5 litre Rover V8 engine. The Chimera and the Griffith started with the 4 litre version, quickly went on to 4.3, I think, ended up with the 5 litre, just about as big a Rover V8 as you could get. Richard Blackley heads for the finish. He will be followed by Sheila Ash in a Griffith. He finishes with 43.64. Sheila in the Griffith, which many people view as having the prettiest of the TVR bodies. I'm talking about the car. I had a Griffith for a while, which was great fun. Richard Blackley's time 43.64, speed over the finishing line 83. Here comes Sheila into bottom S. Now her Griffith has the full 5 litre engine, so it's a relatively late model of the Griffith line. I think they first came out in 1990, the TVR Griffith. Sheila finishes with a 47.93. Here's David Barraclough with a 5 litre Chimera. And he heads for the finish and finishes with 38.72. He's finished followed by Rob Pack with a Tuscan, a 4.6 litre Tuscan. There was a race series for these. The Tuscan, the original Tuscan, this is the later Tuscan. And the race cars had the TVR's own engine, the AJP engine, but a lot of them got fitted subsequently with the 4.6 litre Rover engine. I'm going to hand back to Toby straight away because he knows more about bikes than I do.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, the bikes are on their way. George Scott with the Yamaha YZ250 on his way, already towards the top of the hill. Richard Peaty with the KTM 350 following up. Here he comes through crossing. Anything early 30s is a huge time that can come from a motorcycle. Richard Peaty getting towards the top of the hill now as Mick Lovelock has already come through the triangle area up towards crossing as we speak. Peaty's time 37.12. Another KTM with Lovelock, the 350. Quick bike, that tidy bike as well from Lovelock as he peels it through the left-hander. A little bit careful, bit of circumspection as he comes through the S's, but safely away towards the top of the hill, stopping the clocks at a time of 39.71. Simon Hocking with the Husqvarna 450. Husqvarna now owned by KTM. For the motorcycles, that is, rather than the chainsaws and the snowmobiles. So the Husky 450, that'll have some torque, won't it? Whoa, cracking on as it comes over the line at 94 miles an hour. 34.53 for Simon Hocking. Good time that on this slightly damp track as well. John Bottomley with the Velocette. One of the older motorcycles that we've got here at Shelsley today. John Bottomley, nice line, uses all the road to give him a perfect view into and then out of the S's, whilst Richard Boker with the Honda CRF 450, and like the Husky that we saw a moment ago with Hocking, that's going to be very quick indeed. Bottomley with the Velocette, time 48.27. Look at Boker tramping on, speed on S approach of 78 miles an hour. You can see that left leg banging the gears down 2, maybe even 3 gears before the S's. Gives himself plenty of room through the top S. He does just that. Time that we saw earlier was a 34.5. This one is a 36.6. So a 34.5 from Simon Hocking, quickest so far in this batch of runs that we've got now. Steve Atkins with the Greaves 3400. Through the S's for him. Little picture, we got Patrick Dolan with the two-stroke Honda 500. So the stink wheel's on its way. Atkins crossing the line with the Greaves of a 40.65. Here's the two-stroke Honda 450. Dolan, yeah, lots of acceleration, big wheelie as he comes out of top S. Accelerates hard and away. 35.35. Doug Parnell with the Yamaha 4-stroke. Through the S's, no problem for him there. Doug Parnell doing well over the line. 37.04. 37.04. 558 George Hodges in the Team GV CRF, so probably got a Honda base. Quick into the bottom S, isn't he? Goes a little bit wide, has to pull the thing back. Nice lean angle out of top S, accelerates hard. We saw a 34 a moment ago from Simon Hocking. George Hodges, 34.28, just a little bit quicker. Yeah, Julian Kendall with the Suzuki RM, 402. Coming towards us now as Tom Short is on the line. This is going to be a spectacular run from Short as Kendall makes his way out of top S. Short with the KTM, Super Motard. Oh, spectacular in the bottom part of the hill. You can see him in the big picture now. Good run, committed on the tyres, wheeling just a little bit on the exit of Crossing Bend. He's using all the road on the brakes on the way into bottom S. Is he struggling for a gear? I think he might have been. He's struggling for a gear. He now gets it all sorted. He's looking down. Something's gone wrong, unfortunately, for Shorty. But he accelerates over the line. He crosses it at 83. That's not the time and the speed that we thought we were going to get of 34.37. Guy Ursel on a similar KT. Unfortunately, just slipping a little bit too much. So just slipping a little bit too much on the exit of top S. Guy Ursel, so falling off his KTM at the top right-hander. He's tumbled down the road and in a little bit of a ball of dust, but let's see how things progress in the next few minutes. So that's an unfortunate fall for Guy, and hopefully he'll be up on his feet and okay in short order. So we've got a red flag on the hill, unfortunately, as the rest of the bikes are collecting in the paddock, ready for their runs. We've got more KTMs, a Ducati, Husseberg, with Mark Short at the helm, finishing off the 750cc class. And then we've got a 1400 class with Glyn Poole, or up to 1400. Glyn Poole, Stu Mills, Alan Jolly, names to watch out for. Honda VTR. A very lowly slung Fireblade, KTM RC8, I think it's more of a naked version of the RC8, and a Suzuki TL. I've ridden most of the bikes there, in various guises in various parts of the world, but I still need to enter here at Shelsley. One day, under a pseudonym maybe. Keep in touch through our Facebook and Twitter channels. A shame not to be there in person, soaking up the atmosphere, but great to see a whole run from the different viewpoints. So that was a quick mention from Anna Wyatt. Anna Wyatt. Goodness me, you know who you are. Mark Budget. Hello, Toby. How are you, Budget? Long time. I shared a car with Mark Budget. The first time I broke 30 seconds here at Shelsley Walsh. Never believed I would be able to drive a car up Shelsley Walsh in under 30 seconds, and I did it in a day. I did it in a day in the blue 1100. 1089cc it was. August 2002. I remember leaving the start line. You know, I'd previously done a 39-second run, so to go 10 seconds faster was just like stepping onto a Saturn V rocket. I left the start line the first time and changed gear at Vaux Villa, where I am now, and I just remember it was like warp speed. My brain was not up to speed. But it's amazing how quickly that the human mind can get into it. It's quite something. It really is quite something how quickly you can adapt yourself. Another message from Andy Johnson. Hello from sunny Bristol. Evening. Looking forward to being back on the hill for the summer spree. Look forward to seeing you there, Andy Johnson. Look forward to that at the middle of July 17th and 18th. So back in action, Mike Fiddler with his Suzuki RM 650cc. Through crossing, all's well, no problems, on his way. We've seen some quickish runs with a 34, 34, 334s that we've had here so far. So that's a good target from Mike Fiddler, but he's not going to do it on this particular run. Ducati 748 of Tony Whittle on its way. The smaller capacity twin from Ducati a few years back. Naked bike, so without the bodywork. Tony Whittle taking his Ducati through the S's, no problem for him. Terry Hall, though, with the KTM 580 is making good progress. Behind him, here he is coming through crossing, using all the road, upright, but not for long before he tips it into the left-hander, and then down a couple of gears, tips it into the bottom S. Already through the top S, that inside foot just searching for where the ground is, so that he's got a little bit of a guide as to where the track is. Over the line, 37.92. Leroy Smart with the KTM 650 on his way. Smart carefully through top S, gives himself lots of room on the exit, and now he can accelerate hard and building speed on his way. Harvey Mills with the KTM Super Motard. Single cylinder 600. Kronreif, Trunkenpolz, Matikoffen KTM. Mr. Kronreif and Mr. Trunkenpolz started KTM way back in the early 50s back in Austria in a town called Matikoffen. And that's precisely where they are positioned and working from, and their headquarters are today. They've had a record quarter in the first quarter, so there ain't no lockdown and there's no recession going on at KTM. Oh, Tommy Hodges having a good go on the way through crossing, taking a couple of bites at the cherry, thrashing through the top left-hander at a speed of 87 miles an hour, leaning it through the bottom S, leaning it through top S. Watch this, this will be a quick time ticking away. There's the finish line, bottom right. Here he comes, right down on the tank, 33.12, 94 miles an hour as he crosses the finish line. Quickest time from a bike in this run. So the gauntlet has been thrown down. 33.12 from Tommy, number 777. So 480. Mark Short with the Husberg, 700cc 4-stroke. Wheelies once, wheelies twice. Has to gather it all together before he goes into kennel. Good quick runners that we've got here. Glyn Poole on the line as well with his KTM 890. That's going to be something to watch as well, but let's get Short out of top S. He accelerates hard as Poole has left the line with the bigger capacity KTM. Let's keep an eye on Short's time. 34.93. Here comes Glyn Poole. All knees sticking out the side of that KTM as he rushes up towards the S's on the motorcycle number 3. Leans it one way, leans it another. The bikes are getting big. Stu Mills has already started his run on the 1300cc V-twin KTM. Time for Poole though, 33.24. Not quite as quick as Tommy Hodges by 0.12 of a second. Here comes Stu Mills. He's already going up towards the S's. Here he is at 86 miles an hour. We catch up with him going underneath our camera at top S. And away. Oh, it's got some grunt now, hasn't it? Look at it. It's over the line already. 112 miles an hour over the line by Stu Mills. 33.24 replicates the time that we saw from Glyn Poole, the motorcycle before. Alan Jolly with his 1200cc KTM. I've ridden this engine in another chassis. It just pulls and pulls and pulls. Can't stop it. So Jolly giving himself space on the entry into top S. Now he unleashes the 1200cc V-twin. Look at the time, look at the speed. 98 miles an hour, 35.06 seconds. Gareth Plunkett with his Suzuki TL, 1000cc. S approach, not quite as quick, 82 miles an hour. We saw 87 miles an hour with Tommy Hodges with his KTM. Plunkett on his way towards the top of the hill, and he breaks the timing beam now at 76 miles an hour. Matthew Mogridge with his sister Suzuki TL, not 1000 but an 1100. S approach 79, quicker than the Suzuki that went up before him. And now a clear view of top S on his way. Builds the speed as Len Vincent with this KTM RC8R. I remember riding one of those down a motorway when it was raining, and I thought I was going slowly, and I looked at the speedo, and dear oh dear, I wasn't. These things just pull and pull and pull your arms out. They've got some acceleration, they've got a huge amount of torque as a 1200cc V-twin, and almost a caged lion on a hill climb such as this, compared with, I don't know, a racetrack such as Silverstone or Monza or something like that. 35.39 for Len Vincent. Chris Robinson with the blade, smaller capacity blade than the ones that we see nowadays, which are the full 1000. This earlier one slung very low, and Chris is sort of perched on top of it, but because it's low, then it's all about the anti-wheelie. Now he gets into his stride, he opens up the throttle, crosses the line at 93, 37.52. Alison Self with the Honda VTR, 996, giving herself lots and lots and lots of room to have a perfect view into bottom S. She does just that. She comes around the corner. Now she gets head down on the tank, opens her throttle, goes up the gears, builds the speed. Still going uphill, crosses the line. 40.94, 81 miles an hour. Another Honda VTR follows her up in the shape of Mark Williams. Mark doing 65 miles an hour on S approach. Dave Peaty, though, he's going to be one to watch. He's in the small screen as Williams comes over the line, 37.7. Here comes Peaty with this 800cc KTM, tramping on towards the S approach speed trap at 83 miles an hour. Good run so far. He's getting his eye into the spring and summer of 2021 and hill climbing again. Peaty now uses the torque and the acceleration, gets to the top of the hill, 34.61. Jeffrey now on the hill. Paul Jeffrey, another one who's going to be quick with this KTM 890. Look at the speed. What is it? 79 miles an hour. Not quite as quick as we saw a moment ago, but still pretty rapid. Paul Jeffrey, always been part of this motorcycle hill climb scene. Head down over the line at a speed of 107. 33 seconds exactly. Graham Proctor now with the Ducati 992. The Ducati is from Bologna, just inside the Tangenziale, the circular motorway that goes around Bologna. And Ducati Corsa, they'll be busy at Jerez. It's a MotoGP this weekend, and Ducati still trying to work their way out, but Bagnaia was quickest yesterday as a works Ducati rider. 39.11. Simon Jane and Jane Foster with the first of the two sidecar outfits that we've got here today. Bring a little bit of sunshine. Look at that band of rain in the distance over towards the east. Foster on their, the Foster duo on their way. And they make their way to the top. They do that now. 34.74, 93 miles an hour over the line. And then we've got Kevin and Sarah Jewell, their Honda sidecar outfit. No problems for them. A little bit of glare of sunshine in their faces almost as they come towards bottom S, but honestly, when you're there, you don't notice it. You just don't have time to think about it. The eye focuses on what's necessary and it filters out what it doesn't need, and you don't even know what's the negative about anything. It's all done. They did a 42.76 at 78 miles an hour over the line. So that's the end of a batch. The motorcycles and the cars will come back down the hill. Justin Evans, it's good to see some hill climbing again, particularly here at Shelsley. Couldn't agree more. We've also got a message from Jean Vella. Is today's hill climbs only bikes? No, we've got our cars as well. Probably 80% cars and 20% motorcycles. There you go. There's some cars ready for the next batch. They'll be getting their way a little bit further towards the start line in a few moments' time. Message from the Hepworths. They're going to be bringing the Hepworth four-wheel drive, the Geisen-sponsored car, back to classic nostalgia. That was the first car to do sub 30 seconds here in 1971. So that was in a runoff. So there's a lot to celebrate, shall I say? A lot to celebrate. Jean Vella watching from Malta. So good afternoon to you. Can you send a bit of heat over from Malta? Can you warm us up a little? And I have to do this. A message from Roger Palmer. Is this Toby Moody commentating? Well, it certainly sounds like him, I do have to say. Sounds just like Toby Moody. Who gave him the microphone? I'll never know. So, on that bombshell, I will hand the mic over to David Lowe, who is going to talk you through a Saturday afternoon here at Shelsley Walsh, and then I think Chris Druitt will pick up the microphone a little bit later as well. So, enough from me. Enjoy Shelsley.
Yes, good afternoon everyone from Shelsley Walsh, from me, David Lowe. Talking to you first time on a live stream. So I've deserted my normal top box commentary position and I'm learning how to operate these systems in front of us. I think all the bikes are down. Are they down yet? I haven't been watching the screen. So hopefully we shall be seeing our cars. We've got in the the road-going classes now, so very popular motor cars that we normally get, like Renault Clios, Lotus Exiges, Mazda. There's a particularly delightful Alpine, Renault Alpine, but an early one, so he must be from the 70s, 80s, which is an extremely tasty classic motor car, but he actually gives the impression that it's all wrong, because the engine hangs right out over the back of the back of the chassis, and they really shouldn't handled nearly as nicely as they do. So cars and bikes, in fact, coming back down the hill. The batch is complete from our top paddock. Enjoyed listening to Toby and Chris Druitt as well earlier on today. Has been a difficult day, as you're obviously aware, but damage to motor cars, but no serious injuries, no serious upsets to people, we're glad to say. A lot of you are following us on YouTube, and we're getting some wonderful messages from all across the world. Certainly looking forward to the rest of our program. Okay, lined up now, we have our Renault Clio from Richard Ames. Road-going motor car, obviously, as you can see. Renault Clios, Peugeots, all very good cars to start hill climbing with. And he's waiting for the green light, and he's got the green light. Richard Ames sets off on the Renault Clio into kennel and then goes into crossing. The trick about crossing is that it's a blind corner. The apex is way, way beyond where you think it ought to be, and you really have to have the courage of your convictions. Breaks down into bottom S at 65 miles an hour. Turns into bottom S, leans it on the door handles, nice wide line, nice attack into top part of the S's, and streaking up the finishing straight now. In the little picture you'll see Dave Garnett, 43.22 to Richard Ames. Dave Garnett, also in a Renault Clio. In enjoying himself. Wide into top part of the S's. Nice line. Smack in the middle of the road. Toby was telling people to get more to the left because people were hugging the right hand side. Simon Curtin in the Lotus Exige on the way now. 0 to 64 feet time in 2.38 seconds. Nice line through Kennel and into crossing now, into the kink. Brakes into bottom S at 79 miles an hour. We've talked a lot about the drain cover. You've seen the drain cover. Doesn't do an awful lot nowadays, but it's a good talking point. It's a good aiming point because it's just before the apex of the corner. We've got Robert Wilson on the hill. The Peugeot 205. Beg his pardon, Seb Cartwright. Robert Wilson is waiting at the start line now. Seb Cartwright on the hill, through the S's. Seemed to bog down just a little bit at that point. But he's on the finishing straight now and he stops the clock at a time of 44.963 seconds. This is, beg his pardon, is Robert Wilson on the hill into Kennel. So called, of course, because there were dog kennels there many, many, many years ago, even before my time. Into crossing into the kink now. Brakes into the kink. Good time, good S approach speed of 78 miles an hour. Washes it out to the right-hand side of the track again. Everyone seems to want to head for the right. In the little picture, we've got Robin Holden, just started, in the Mazda Roadster. Through the kink now. And he breaks into S approach at 74 miles an hour. She's out to the left-hand side, uses a bit more of the track. Over the line at 38.62 seconds, Dave Warner, old friend Dave Warner, friend of my son's also, on the hill in his Renault Clio, and the aforementioned Renault Alpine is sitting on the line waiting to go. Warner in the meantime, nicely through the S complex and up the finishing straight now. This delightful Alpine, absolutely gorgeous motor car. It handles far better than a proper rear engine car should, because it really has got the engine hanging right out over the back. Simon breaks into bottom S now, 70 miles an hour. And plants the throttle up the finishing straight. In the little picture you will see Tony Adams in his Lotus Elise. The Elise, tidy motor car, breaks into bottom S at 81 miles an hour, quite significantly quicker then. Tony Adams into the S's. And he stops the clock at 36.05 seconds. On the line, which we see now, is Richard York in the Porsche 997-2 GT3 car. A lot of these Porsches have automatic brakes that hold them if you're in gear, and I suspect that was doing that to him. He seems to have backed off a little bit. Did I mistake that? I thought I heard the engine note die. Perhaps not. I was mistaken. Richard York tramping on nicely. Bottom S approach at 69 miles an hour. Turned it into bottom S. nicely under control. Again, a nice line through the top part of the S's. Does not clamber over the drain cover, because that does slow you down. The little picture is Jonathan Maycock. Jonathan Maycock in the Mazda MX-5. Turns it into bottom S now. Tidy line. Pushes it out to the left. Simon Tarling in the Porsche 996, another GT3. 2.38 seconds over the first 64 feet. Not quite the acceleration due to gravity. Into the kink now and brakes into bottom S approach of 85 miles an hour. Washes out to the left-hand side of the track, uses as much as he can, quite rightly too. Straight up the middle of the track and over the line, 35.85 seconds. Robert Lancaster Gay, well-versed hill climber in his Porsche 997 GT3 again. Lancaster Gay been coming here for some years. Into bottom S, 83 miles an hour. Just slightly ahead of Jonathan Maycock. And firmly in the middle of the track. Well planted over the line, 35.61 seconds. Waiting on the line, just left the line. David Meek in the Vauxhall VX220. Through Kennel, crossing and into the kink, brakes at 86 miles an hour for David Meek. Tucks it across to the left hand side of the track, and again nice line through top part of the S's. Opens the gas taps and it's 37.02 seconds. Phil James in a Cayman on the hill. Got a serious amount of grunt this Cayman has. Goes very, very nicely. I was watching him in his practice run this morning. Just gently clips the bank. At crossing, no problems at all. Bottom S, 79 approach. He clambers over the drain cover rather, so that will have bounced his suspension, chucked him offline a little bit, and he's over the finishing line now. He's a time of 37.15 seconds. Timothy Higgins in the Westfield on the hill. Getting on very nicely, turns into bottom S, 80 miles an hour S approach. And again, he's very tight in the top part of the S's. Off the line, Bruce Bosley in a Caterham, so the very similar motor cars, called the Westfield, Caterham and Lotus, all looking very similar and very similar concept, of course. Bruce Bosley goes into the kink, turns it in. The daunting approach into bottom S, because you think you're going much faster than you really are. You suddenly find yourself accelerating to get as far as the corner. Bounces it over the drain cover and middle of the road up the final finishing straight. He's followed by Ian Sargent, the Opel Tigra, 1,400 cc's engine, 72 into bottom S. Winds it into the bottom part of the S's, out of then. Middle of the road, nicely done. Keeps the loud pedal firmly planted on the floor to stop the clock at 37.21 seconds. Now this is a carb and a half to be managing up the hill. Andrew Fraser in the Langport Aston. It's a big motor car, believe me, but beautifully balanced, of course, because they have the transaxle set up, so engine in front, transaxle in the back. to help it with weight distribution. Helen Evans in the Porsche 911 Carrera in the little screen. She was very swift off the line. The Aston was a big car. Porsche now turns into bottom S. 69 miles an hour, keeps it wound up. And you'll see also starting the Westfield SE Vauxhall of Phil Fisher. Of course, the great advantage of the Porsche, the 911s, is that having the engine over the back really clamps the back axle down onto the track for extra adhesion. Phil Fisher's S approach is 80 miles, virtually 80 miles an hour, 79 miles an hour. Very chuckable little motor car. So Phil Fisher in the Vauxhall engine, Westfield 34.14 seconds. That is the end of that particular section. Yes, so that is the end of that particular batch, that the cars are returning down the hill. We're now going into the next batch, road-going sports cars. In fact, for batch 4, I will hand over to my old friend Chris Truitt, who will talk you through the next few batches.
Thanks, David. Cars coming down. We don't have a return road, unlike other hill climbs. We don't have a return road, so at the end of a batch, they come down the hill, which, when we're blessed with spectators again, it's good fun watching the drivers coming down. And in the early days, you didn't have to wear a helmet to come down the hill, and spectators could catch a glimpse of their heroes, and drivers could wave to their family as they came down. It was all part of the fun. And when cars come down, they turn right at what we call the triangle, past a lovely house called the Courthouse, which has recently, in the last few years, been renovated and is open as a B&B, and as a luxurious B&B. And if you come and stay at the Courthouse, you have the opportunity, if you wish to rent a Morgan sports car for the weekend and have the fun of driving a Morgan through the lovely roads of Worcestershire. So it's a great weekend. And I'm sure Toby mentioned the cottages at the bottom of the hill, just beyond the start line, that last year were converted into holiday stays, and I'm pleased to say they are booked solid every weekend through this year's season, but midweek they're available, and it's a lovely part of the world to come walking, touring. So think about that as a staycation, if you like. Yes, and David reminds me there are good pubs around in Worcestershire. So we had some interesting cars in that last lot, particularly the little Alpine Renault of Simon Durling. Simon lives at the top of the hill, and that little Alpine had built a terrific reputation in Europe as a rally car. The likes of Jean Ragnotti drove, and although it's a featherweight car, it's very, very light. It was as tough as old boots, and they were bashed around the Alps to win a number of Alpine championships. And it's great that Simon Durling has acquired this one. He's had the engine rebuilt over the winter, and it's looking extremely smart and going extremely well. The Aston Martin in the hands of shuffling paper now. Yeah, Tim Painter and Andrew Norris. Tim Painter and has got this Aston Martin, and it replaces one that used to be a Andrew Fraser. It replaces one they had before, which was an ex-circuit car. This one has been built specifically for hill climbing, and it's extremely effective. Lots of downforce, lots of power. And we've got interesting cars to come. We finished with, let me just have a look and see who we finished with. We finished with the Vauxhall VX220, and we're coming to our next class, which includes some very interesting class, including on the line Andrew Russell in his venerable, I'd say venerable, Ginetta G15 that Andrew has been hill climbing for well over 20 years with great success. It's looking much smarter than it used to, and sounding just perfect with the little imp engine behind the driver. As David said about the Alpine, the engine hanging way out behind the rear wheels gives it lots of traction off the line. And Andrew, who's a very experienced driver, into bottom S at 83, nips it round bottom S and hits the apex of top S and heads towards the finish. Off the line comes Phil Tucker in the Vauxhall Nova. Andrew's time for the climb, 35.36 with a finishing speed of 83. Phil is an old 1400cc Vauxhall Nova, much modified and much quick. 79 into bottom S. It's a great way of starting hill climbing, a hot hatch or a Westfield or a Caterham, and lots of our champions have started this way and progressed up through the classes until they end up in an extremely rapid car. The top hill climb cars are probably quicker than a Formula One car, up to about 100 miles an hour. So serious speed. Ian Richards in the Clio 182. That's the second iteration of the Clio Sport. The 172 came first. Heads for the finishing line, having been into the S's at 79, so it's a quick line. 77 over the lines. Very often your speed into bottom S is actually quicker than your final speed over the line. The finishing straight really does depend on power. There's a pretty much straight correlation between the amount of power you've got under your right foot and the finishing speed over the line, particularly in a very light car. Sean Gould is producing, I don't know, 500-600 horsepower in a car that weighs 450 kilos, so the power to weight ratio is just amazing. Here's the Opel Tigra of Oliver Sargent. Vauxhall produced an identical car, but this is a much modified Tigra, which has been hill climbing for a number of years. Again, 1400cc Vauxhall engine, just like the Nova we saw before, but of course a much lighter bodywork. And the Tigra approaches the S's while Paul Jones leaves the start. 2.58 seconds for the first 64 feet in the Lotus Exige. Ollie Sargent is just about to finish with a 47.57. He's chased closely by Paul Jones in the Lotus Exige. I think it's a Rover-powered run rather than the Toyota. 33.84 is a very quick time, speed 92 for the Exige. In a way, it's a shame that the Elise and the Exige are going out of production. But it's hard to remember, isn't it, that the Elise was introduced P-Reg, what would that be, 97, I think, the Exige first, the Elise, yeah, 96, I think the Elise first appeared, and it was sensational with its very lightweight monocoque chassis glued together. Enough about Lotuses. Here's Dave Moore in the Mark II Escort, great rally car. This one with a 2.2 litre engine. You can see it's actually set up for classic rallying with all those lights in the front. So rally it in the winter, hill climb it in the summer. S approach 67. Off the line, Paul Howes in this fierce early 911 RSR. In the meantime, Dave Moore's time, 40.67. Paul Howes has campaigned this Porsche for some time. It's an early car, but with the flat six engine bored out to 3.8 litres, so enough power, and of course much lighter, I think, than the later 997s and the GT3s. So 106, that's quick over the finishing line for a time of 31.56. Here's Peter Turnbull in the 997, which I think I might be right in saying was the last of the air-cooled Porsches before water cooling came. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong. Peter Turnbull, not quite as quick as Paul Howes into bottom S, but now can apply the power. Got lots of downforce from that big wing in the back. And he's over the line, 93 and 34.82, and here's Tim Painter in the Aston again. Left-hand drive, as lightweight as possible because it's not according to circuit racing spec. 79 bottom S. And away he goes over the line, making the beautiful V8 growl of the Aston for a time of 35.83, speed 93. Here's another early Porsche Carrera. Now this one's supercharged in the hands of Andrew Norris, so very much nip and tuck, I think, with Paul Howes, the yellow one that we saw just now. And Andrew gets well over to the left-hand side between the bottom and the top S, which lines him up nicely for the exit to top S. This will be a quick run, 32.53. Paul Howes did a 31.56. Similar speed over the line, 103 and 106. So it's a needle match between those two early-ish 911s. Here's Mike Turpin in the ferocious Vauxhall VX220 with a supercharged 2.2 litre engine. This car developed from a rallycross car. It's much smarter than it used to be, but it's very, very quick. we've just had a lot of rattling at the commentary box because Stephen Moore in the Evo 6 has made the windows shake going past. Immensely powerful car. These Evo 6s can be tuned to produce something like 700 or so horsepower. Mike Turpin in the yellow VX220, 31.74. That's a quick time, 180 over the line. And Stephen Moore is even quicker, 115 over the line in the Evo at a time of 32.25. Now, what can Damien Bradley do in the much earlier Subaru Legacy? Legacy, of course, Subaru's rally car before the Impreza came out. Off the line in 2.19, showing the advantage of a lot of power and four-wheel drive. And S approach of 89 is quick, so the Legacy had a great rallying history before the Impreza came along. And put that very firmly on the map. 30.62 and a speed of 104. That's quick. That's quicker than the Porsches. 30.62 the Legacy. Now then, into Westfield's Caterhams with Steve Garner in this Vauxhall-powered Westfield. Over 2 litres, 2.2 cc. And not much weight, so power to weight ratio is great. He was 88 into bottom S. And that's a quick run, 31.75. What can Ben Fisher do in a similar Westfield, 2 litre Westfield Vauxhall powered? Interesting, when the Caterhams and Westfields first started hill climbing, they were always Ford Vauxhall engines, but a lot of people then put bike engines in them, which of course were much lighter and could be tuned to be very powerful. And the bike engine ones tend to be quicker. Steve Garner, 31.75, that's a good run. 109 over the line. Ben Fisher has finished, not quite so quick, 34.93, speed 96. Ray Law follows. Ray is a lecturer at Oxford University, long-time hill climber in this Caterham 7 Series. And he was quick into bottom S at 97. It's very close competition between these guys, and he's followed by Phil Cook, who's always quick. Ray Law has finished with a 32.06. What can Phil Cook do? He is always quick. 89 S approach. This is got the bike engine, 1585 Hayabusa engine. Can he get it under 30? No, it's a 31.95. That's quick. Speed 106 miles an hour. On the line, Simon Jenks. This is quick. Off the line in 2.56. Not quite as quick off the line as Phil Cook. What can he do compared with Phil? 89 as we'll see in just a second. 87. Now Phil did a 31.95. This might be a 32. Let's see. No, it's a 31. It's a 31.37. So actually, Simon just pipped Phil by a few tenths, despite having been a bit slower into bottom S. Now Ash Mason, ex-Bentley engineer, used to look after Bentley's classic racing collection, including all Le Mans cars. He used to demonstrate the Le Mans cars at places like Goodwood. This has got a 1300 supercharged Hayabusa engine. Now that's quick. 31.06 is quicker than Phil or Simon, and 113 over the line is rapid, you could say. Now then, Penrose in 1 litre OMS, which brings us on to the first of our racing car classes, Robert and Bob family sharing this car, and I think Robert has not done Shelsley many times, so he's sensibly feeling his way up, 44.43, but this will be quick. This is Richard Summers, Father Summers, in the 1100 DJ Firehawk. Had some problems in practice this morning, an O-ring in the pneumatic paddle shift system failed, so they had to rush around and fix it, which they did. 30.19 from Richard, finishing speed of 103. Tom Weaver on his way. Tom, I think in his second season of hill climbing in Family Van Diemen. His dad Richard, famous at Shelsley in the pickup, in the flatbed, hoiking cars out of the kitty litter and returning them down to them. And Richard's decided to have a go at competing himself and enjoying it. So Tom Weaver finishes with a 38.65. Alan Warburton sharing the Gould GR59 with his son David. This is a quick car and driver combination. I think David came 10th in the British Hill Climb Championship when it was last run in 2019. 109 into bottom S. Alan, who's about 6'6", how he squeezes himself into the car, I don't know, for a time of 28.36, but 116 over the line. Speeds are increasing. So that, I think, will be the end of batch 4, and those cars will come back down the hill. And we're heading towards some pretty fast hill climbing. Including current British Hill Climb champion. Wallace Ming is in the amazing Gould GR59. So they'll come down the hill. Interesting that these GR59s, of which I think Gould has constructed 5 or 6 of them, some of them with the Hayabusa bike engine, but the top cars with immensely powerful engines. We've got Graham Wynne sharing this year with 6 times hill climb champion Scott Moran in their Gould GR59 with a 4-litre Judd engine. Chatting to Graham down in the paddock just now, and he's saying what a lovely drivable engine it is. I mean, he called it a big lazy engine, but it's big, it's not lazy, it's producing lots of power, 600-700 horsepower, but what he meant was that it's not a peaky engine, it'll pull from fairly low revs, masses of torque, whereas the we've just seen Alan Warburton in the GR59 with the Hayabusa engine, and that is producing enough power. I wouldn't say it's 500 or 600 horsepower, but it's plenty, but it's a very lightweight engine. And the interesting thing about the bike-powered GR59s is that unlike most racing cars with motorcycle engines, which have the engine transversely across the tub behind the driver and then a chain drive towards the differential at the back, these GR59s have the Hayabusa engine fore and aft, and with shaft drive to a transaxle at the back, and the engine is angled slightly obliquely across the tub and also down to get angled up, I mean, to get the engine as low as possible and up to line up the drive shaft with the differential. So some fairly complex, some very complex geometry in the drive shaft of the GR59. Alex Summers, who is an ex-hill climb champion, normally drives the amazing DJ Firestorm with its Cosworth XD X Indy Racing engine. He has forsaken that car this weekend, handed over to Mount Lindsay and his fiancée, who is having her first run in it. Debbie Dunbar looking forward to real power under her right foot in the DJ Firestorm. Two rapid cars coming down the hill, the Aston Martin followed by the Subaru Legacy. Damien Bradley in the Subaru Legacy, he said he's put up an amazing time in that car. Nearly got it under the 30-second mark with a 30.62. And then, of course, we had Stephen Moore in the amazing Mitsubishi Evo 6. Immensely powerful. Okay, red flags are coming in. Action will start on the track very, very shortly, I'm glad to say. And we start with a really interesting car. This is the Silver Riot in the hands of Martin Watts. Silver, manufacturer of kits for various types of cars, front engine, rear engine, some of them four-wheel drive, some of them two-wheel drive. This one two-wheel drive with the bike engine behind Martin. Had a very brief chat to him in the paddock. Really enjoying this car. Rushes off the line, 2.47. Nice first 64 feet. That's good. The track should be dry. Sometimes, if we had a certain amount of rain, it can linger in the S's because of the overhanging trees, but I think it's probably dry. We'll have a look. Yeah, no, it's I think as dry as a bone. Martin hangs the tail out on the Silver on the way into bottom S, but no drama at all, and now heads for the finish and crosses the line in a 34.88. Good speed of 93. Here's Mike Manning in this amazing rallycross Ford Fiesta, 2-litre Fiesta. Masses of power. This is an immensely quick car. And really interesting to compare it with Roger Moran's new toy, which is the RS5, the ex-Bulgarian rally champion car. Here it comes off the line, but in the meantime, Mike Manning, 31.4, speed 96, speed of 90 into bottom S. Roger Moran, former hill climb champion. Not quite as quick off the line as the previous runner, and 84 into bottom S. I think Roger first competed in this car last weekend at Prescott, so he's still learning the ropes, but nevertheless it's a 33.14. He's followed by Graham Lokes in this Lola T492. It's an X Sports 2000 Lola, which originally would have been powered, I think, by a 4.2-litre engine, but now it's got a 3.2-litre Porsche flat six engine out of a 911 behind Graham, and he's had it in this form for a number of years and really enjoys the beautiful handling of this Lola. Eric Broadley was a genius in chassis design, and Graham finishes with a 33.61 and almost gets the ton. Finishing speed was 97. Nigel Hinton equally has been hill climbing this NG, not MG, NG. It's a kit car, but it's a nice one, and it's always immaculate, and it's powered by 4.6 litres of Rover V8, so it makes all the right noises, produces all the right power to finish with 91 miles an hour over the line and a time of 35.68. Now then, it's not Steve Garner in a Westfield, it's number 69, which is Ian Rowlands in the MG Metro. On the line, the infamous Group B MG Metro with its V6 engine. Although whether this one has the original, I don't think it has, because that wasn't a 2.8 with a turbocharger. Same engine as in the amazing Jaguar XK220, so V6. And 6R4s are notoriously difficult to drive because they've got masses of power, it's four-wheel drive, and it tends to have a mind of its own sometimes. 29.83 is a good run for Ian with a time with a speed of 110. Brings us to the little Jedi of Richard Walker. And it's nice to see two or three cars in the up to 600cc single-seater class, which hasn't been well supported in recent years and has tended to get merged with the 1100s, which is not really fair. But Richard finishes with a 35.583, and he's followed by classic Shelsley Special, the Nuts and the Muffins of Gavin McCarran, again with the 600cc bike engine, and it's quick, 86 into bottom S. Whereas Richard did an 80 except for S, so the Muffin is a little bit quicker. Richard did a 35.5 and Gavin does a 34.49, so fractionally quicker. Those are our two 600cc cars. Now we've got the 1100s kicked off by Mark Lawrence in the OMS 3000M. OMS up in York, Steve Owen, he's here. Been building cars up there since 1985. Well over 100 produced, exported all over the world, to Australia, to the States. Lots in this country, of course. And Trevor Willis won the championship 3 times in his OMS. Mark finishes in a good time of 29.79. What can Mark Schlanker do in the Force, 1 litre Force? Good start to the 4.3. Mark was 100 exactly into bottom S. This Mark Schlanker, is 91 into bottom S. Was slight tank slapper out of top S, but luckily no dramas, and a 32.71 for Mark. Here's Bob Penrose, this is his dad. We saw Robert in the previous batch, and Bob's got much more experience. He's quick, it's 69 in his little OMS with the 1 litre bike engine, as you can see, transversely across the back. Now Alex Summers was second in the 2019 Hill Climb Championship. He's in the little 1100 DJ Farhawk today. He's vacated the seat in the big car for his mum and his fiancée. Enjoying this run, sharing with Dad Richard. 28.46, a good time with a finishing speed of 106 and 111 into bottom S. Now, I told you about Richard Weaver. He's forsaken his flatbed truck and taken up hill climbing together with his son, and he's in this 1991 Van Diemen Formula Ford car. 75 into bottom S. Richard, I spoke to him down in the paddock, really loving hill climbing this car. Finishes in the mid-30s with the 37.41, 82. Les Buck follows in this very rare Pringet Mistral. Mr. Pringle and Mr. Bennett made, I think, 14 or so of these Formula Ford cars, and I believe Les is the only one on the hills in this country. I believe there's one in the Channel, but there aren't many left. 37.53 for Les, followed by Neil Coles in the up-to-date OMS 28. Steve Burns' latest version of the OMS, this one with a Hayabusa engine, and it'll be quick. It's 102 into bottom S. Nice neat line between the S's, perfectly placed for a squirt up to the finish. Neil finishes, he'll be pleased, under the 30 mark with a 29.38 speed, 114. Darren Gumley in a similar car, but this one from Force rather than OMS. Darren's quick, 2.52 off the line. Little bit of a lift for Kennel. I bet there's no lift at all for crossing. Simply kick, but it's 103 into bottom S. Now, this is in the 1600cc racing car class, so the power is increasing, and Darren is not quite under 30 seconds, 30.69. We haven't got a finishing speed. Steve Morgan follows in the Empire Evo. We've got OMS, we've got Force, we've got Empire. Lots of manufacturers coming into the market, specializing in these very advanced, very technical hill climb cars. It's a very special design. 29.77 for Steve Morgan, just pips ahead of Darren Gumley. Now then, David Warburton. We saw Father Alan just now. David is quick, 2.16 off the line. It's an extremely good start, and proudly wears number 10 on the car, indicating 10th place in the 2019 British Hill Climb Championship. I was telling you about the advanced engineering on this GR59 with the Hayabusa engine fore and aft, and shaft drive to the transaxle at the back. 27.7, quickest time we've had today. 116 over the line. Wow, that was good. Now Trisha Davis. Trisha and Terry share this 91 Formula 3 Reynard, and in the back of it is the very clever engine produced by Terry, TKD engine, 2-litre V8 consisting of two 1-litre Yamaha blocks and heads on a common crankcase, and Terry has built a number of these V8 bike-based engines. Now Nicola Dearden sharing this Gould 1994 Formula 3 Dallara, modified by Gould with a Vauxhall engine in the back. Lots of Dallaras on the hills now, and with suitable modifications, they are easily converted from a Formula 3 circuit car to a hill climb car. Nicola 37.8. And on the line, Tony Hunt. We haven't seen Tony for a while. He's in the Gould GR55. This is before the 59 came along, the top car. In fact, the record is still held here by the Gould GR55. That was in the hands of Martin Groves. Scott Moran won 6 hill climb championships in a similar car. His was a 61, which was a slightly modified version of the GR55. So Tony won't have driven this car in anger for a long time, and it's great to see him out again, 31.89, but 126 over the line is rapid. Here's Mrs. Owen. And Lynn is enjoying lots of power now in the OMS 28 because it's newly fitted with an RPE powertrain engine, rather similar to the one that has taken Trevor Willis to 3 championship wins. Lynn over the line at 80, 34.62, and Bernard Kevel in a similar OMS 28, similar engine as well, and Bernard might well, in fact almost certainly will, qualify for the runoff. Let's see, it's only so fairly early braking into bottom S, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Let's see the time, it's 29.23, 116 for Bernard over the line. Now, Debbie's having her first go in the amazing DJ Firestorm, which has plenty of power, but Debbie's got lots of experience in the smaller car, but we'll find this quite a leap in terms of power. This is the ex-IndyCar Cosworth XD engine. Debbie sensibly brakes fairly early. Now she can apply the power. It'll be well over 100 miles an hour over the line. It's 123. Great. I hope she enjoyed her first run in the Firestorm to record a time of 32.26. Here's an interesting car. I was talking about Dalaras and converting them into hill climb cars, which lots of people have done with the Vauxhall engine on the back. The Cottrells have got this Dalara, and in the back is a Cosworth XD, just like the one we've seen propelling Debbie up the hill. This one is very sensitive to the revs at the start, and John has, both drivers of this car have had quite a job getting it off the line without stalling. It's a very fine line between too much wheel spin and stalling. Let's see how John gets on. The good thing is as long as the back wheels don't cross the start line, you haven't started, so you could just get lined up again and have another go. I think a bit of advice. Is that Jack offering advice? Yep, not easy. The interesting thing is that when Jack was doing a practice run and burbled this car up to the line, not to stall at all, it's very sensitive when you apply lots of power. Now, is there a technical problem that's pushing him back off the line? Maybe it's an electronic glitch that's causing this problem, but after 3 goes, wheel him temporarily away. I think John will get a run, but there may be a little bit of sorting out to do. I think that'll be, is that Graham Wynne following along? It is now. This is Graham, who acquired this GR59 with its 4-litre Judd engine in 2019 and didn't run at all last year. And this year, in a really interesting move, he's sharing a car with 6-time champion Scott Moran. And Graham absolutely loves this car. saying what a lovely torquey engine the 4-litre Judd is. It's an engine built for Le Mans, for the LMP2 cars, and so if it can stand 24 hours flat out running at Le Mans, it can stand hill climbs. In fact, Graham tells me that a rebuild about every 5 years is 29.88, 102 over the line. It'll be really interesting to see how Scotty gets on with this. It takes a bit of time to key himself into the different handling characteristics of the GR59. Here's Nicola Mingis sharing with David Uren the Gould GR55. This is the car that holds the record here in the hands of Martin Groves. 22.51. Will it be beaten this year? I beg his pardon, 5.8. Might well be Nicola. 94 approach speed and plenty of power. The engine takes over the line at 129. Now then, how are the Cottrells getting on? See, burbling up to the line doesn't stall at all. It's when you put lots of revs on and engage the clutch fiercely that it's so sensitive. There's masses of power there. So it's very easy to sit on the line with the rear wheel spinning like crazy, not going anywhere. Yeah, well done. John's on his way. It was 2.94, so a fairly hesitant start, but I think as they develop the car, they'll get the hang of all the modified electronics so that it's easy. All of them receiving best batch had similar problems for a year or so before really sorting the electronics out and being able to get off the line. John's taking it very gently. I'm not sure. He didn't drive this last weekend, so it could well be his first time in the car. 41.74, end of a batch. So the next batch up will include our current champions. So we've got lots of very quick cars to come. I shall hand over to John Moody for that next batch.
Good afternoon, everybody. John Moody speaking. At the latter part of a different afternoon. We've had a bit of sunshine, we've had a bit of rain, we've had plenty of cloud, but it's okay at the moment. The track is dry, it's not warm, and I can see little drops of rain coming down onto the window, so we hope that we can get the next session sorted in short order. We've got one or two interesting cars in batch 6. All of them, of course, single-seaters, as you've already been told, with David Uren and Trevor Willis and Will Hall, Sean Gould, and, of course, the still existing hill climb champion, Wallace Menges, who won the championship in 2019. Didn't have the opportunity to enjoy the championship at all last year because there was very little of it, and none of it came in this area. But it's nice to see him all the way down from Scotland, and had a chat with him this morning, and he was in good form. Batch going back into the paddock. They've finished coming down the hill, and we ought to be off with probably somebody like Tim Elmer in the Dallara, with the first car off the line in batch 6. Mixed afternoon for those of you not living in England or in Britain at the moment. You probably don't really always see the variety of weather. It's been quite cold here today. Bit of sunshine along the line, bit of wind, and it's the 1st of May, but my goodness me, it doesn't give the indication of proper summer. Looking down to the paddock, Marshall's ready with the red flag at the start line. They're going to get the first car up. It is in fact Tim Elmer with the Dallara. Tim Elmer, long-time hill climber. Probably looking at the small drops of rain on his visor. Probably thinking to himself, let's get to the top before the weather, if it is going to invoke. Very, very gentle start off the start line. Didn't go wild and has left the start line with 3.03 for 64 feet. Heading now towards the finishing line and goes over the line in due course. Oh, he's taking it quite steadily, having come out of the S's. Going a little bit quicker now. He's on a straight line over the finish line in 41.03. 82 miles an hour over the finishing line. Now we've got Charles Williams with a Pilbeam. Pilbeam, 1998 Pilbeam, Charles Williams. MP 87. He's going a bit quicker through the S's and up the final straight. Line for him in 37.24. 37.24. Quicker than Joss. Now then, we've got Michael Tregonning waiting to take his start. Joshua Moss on the finishing line now. Josh Moss with the Dallara. Michael Tregonning comes all the way up from Cornwall, enjoys his hill climbing. Moss's time, 36.25. Michael Trigoni, 1998 Pilbeam, MP88. Long time hill climber, very, very tight line through Bottom S. And is moving along quite well, just about to go to the line, and he does that now, and it gives him 35.50, 104 over the line. Terry Davis now with a Reynard. Terry Davis, car number 50, car number 94. Terry Davis, already at the top S, no drama at all. It is a an unsettled summer, this particular part of it. 41.14, 55 over the line, took it gently. Now we've got Andrew Henson, number 96 with the Gould de Lara. He's taking things briskly and steadily, I would say. One of the features, of course, of waiting for a couple of hours at the bottom of the hill with a little bit of rain around, you don't know exactly where there might be a bit of dampness on the line, but got to the top okay, 34.54, 99 miles an hour. Now, Peter Tatham, he's got an OMS, 1300cc, supercharged. Going up the hill, a little bit darker than it was a short time ago. Back, almost lost control of the cars. He came into Bottom S and swung himself out. He's over the line now, 34.94, 79 miles an hour, tells the story. Who have we got? We should have John Chalmers. Yes, we do. Car number 102. Very, very knowledgeable about hill climb cars. Spent a lot of time working on them. He's going to be in the Ralt. 1420 turbocharged Ralt. Got one of his chaps on the start line with the battery trolley. They're applying some further. Yep, got it going now. Can't see what it's doing, but I can hear it from this distance. Pulls his visor down, wipes the little bit of rain that's dropped onto his visor, settling in the comfort of the car and taking things very, very sensibly. John Chalmers, car number 102. Off he goes now. 3.33 seconds for 64 feet. You can see him got through the little bend over the crossing. Now on S approach, and he will be coming to Bottom S very shortly. Round he comes very, very cautiously in the middle of the road, taking no risks at all. I'm sure the track is a little bit more uncomfortable than it looks from a distance. Time 4. John Chalmers, 30.02. Kelvin Broad's on the hill now. Kelvin Broad with the force. Physically, looks as if he's going a bit quicker. Again, finding the back of the car. Just trying to lose control for him as he comes round the Bottom S. He's approaching the top, and we've now got the next runner on the hill, which is Ian Tucker. Ian Tucker with the OMS 28. Time for Kelvin Broad, 37.16. 83 miles an hour over the line. Ian Tucker's on the hill. OMS, he's already through bottom S. He's followed up the hill now by Paul Croot. Paul Croot making the best of the opportunity, perhaps anticipating that there's going to be some more rain. So let's get a bit of dry track whilst we can. Ian Tucker's got to the top, 40.43, 69 miles an hour. Paul Croot with the OMS through bottom S. And he's making his way sensibly on the finishing straight over the finish line, 38.43, 95 miles an hour. Terry Graves is on the line. Terry Graves with the Gould 3.5 litre. Approaching bottom S. Terry Graves made a good start, 3.2 seconds for 64 feet. But he's now on the finishing line and going to go over the line any moment now. 38.65 finishing speed. Oh, we don't have one at the moment. Steve Owen is following. Steve Owen, manufacturer of cars, very successfully with the OMS. 3.57 seconds for 64 feet. He's coming in the bottom S now. Oh, and almost lost the back of the car as he finished the bottom S. Caught hold of it though, no drama. But he lost a fraction of time. He's coming over the finishing line now. Time of 43.06, 83 miles an hour. Simon Andrews. Simon Andrews with the OMS 28. This must be the sort of second year that he and his partner have had this car. Last year was only partial, as you know, but Simon Andrews already on the finishing straight. He's cracking along okay. Time of 41.92, 65 miles an hour. Lindsay Summers on the hill. Lindsay Summers with the DJ Firestorm. You can indicate the situation on the track by the times that people are generating, knowing that majority of them would go a lot quicker, and there's a natural caution that they're all taking. Who have we got now? We've got somebody like Jack Cottrell getting into his car, still in the paddock. You've seen his father in the car. Cottrell's Delara. Mother and father doing the work on the car. It's not got to the start line yet, but they're they've got somebody running up with a batch. That's it. You get your father on the job. Get your father on the job. Mother and father, both competitors, of course, as we know. I think they're having to move that car along the way. Jack Cottrell, they're moving it down, so Scott Moran will be the next runner-up when we can find him. And it is getting quite grey in the Shelsley Valley. Pity, really, because we've nearly finished the day, but the track is probably not at its best as people are finishing. So the next car along is going to be Scott Moran. Multiple hill climb. No, it's not. was listed as Scott Moran. It's Sean Gould, car number 7. As you heard from previous summary, quick car, quick driver, done very well in the last 2 years. Pity it was shortened last year. Pity it's raining now. He'll make the best of it, I'm sure. They're all lining up in close order, taking the opportunity of getting on the car, getting on the start line as soon as possible. So we've got Sean Gould on the start line. Wipes his visor. Raining a little heavier now, which is a nuisance. Not only will it affect the vision. Slow start. Well, I say slow start. 2.93 seconds for 64 feet. Not too bad at all. Sean Gould through the kink up to the bottom S. Let's see whether he gets the back of the car out. No, absolutely under control. And looked as if it was going a lot slower than it is. It's making its good way. Just gone through 31 seconds over the start line now. 33.38, 120 miles an hour. Under the circumstances, got to be satisfied with that. Now then, we've got Will Hall. Will Hall with the Force. Turbocharged 2-litre 4-cylinder. All of a sudden, it looks a bit brighter than it did a couple of minutes ago, but I think it's still raining outside and it had its effect. So Will Hall leaves the start line. 3.11 seconds for 64 feet. Through Kennel. Charging up, approaching S approach. Oh, and the back did fling itself out as he came through bottom S. Didn't hit anything, but it nearly did as the rear came round. He's over the start line now. 33.89. 33.89. Just a fraction slower than Sean Gould, but quite a bit quicker than most of the others in this batch. Next car up is going to be David Uren. David Uren with the Gould GR55 3.5 litre. Leaves the start line on 2.98, which is the best time we've had in this short summary. 2.98 seconds for 64 feet. He's now through top S, up on the finishing line. I think it stopped raining, the track's still a bit damp. He's over the line in 33.52. 33.52. The last 3 runs have been in the 33 area. So we've now got Wallace Menges, Hill Climb champion from 2019. Couldn't compete last year because of the general difficulty, but it's good to see him here today. GR59 Gould 3.3 litre. Wallace Menges. He was in good form when we had a brief chat with him this morning. So he knows what to do. He spent all day looking at them, and let's see whether he can improve upon this 33 second remainder. 2.45 seconds for 64 feet, and he's coming along visibly quickly. Approaches S approach. Car stuck in the middle of the track, didn't back out at all. And he's going to be over the line on 28.31, which is miles quicker than the other recent cars. Finish speed 133 miles an hour. Now we've got Richard George. Richard George will be sharing the car with his daughter, and he will be in the B19 Chevron car, which has been driven by all sorts of people when it was contemporary in the 1970s. Richard George, 2.88 for 64 feet. It's not bad at all. 2 litre. Immaculately prepared car. Enjoys it with his daughter. And he's now approaching the S-bend. Comes in and takes his time, under control. He's followed up by Joe McCrell. Joe McCrell with the Tiga. Richard George approaching the finishing time. Yes, 42.13 finishing speed. 43.13. Joe McCrell's on the hill with the Tiga. He's just gone through the top S and he's up the finishing straight. And then at the bottom of the hill we've got George Brown with the Mark 17 Malloch. George Brown from the Brown family, who have been in motorsport on the hills since so-and-so was a boy. Time for George Brown coming up. Time for Richard George, 42.13, 58 miles an hour, 42.13. George Brown motoring away. He comes up the finishing line, over the line now, 32.85. 94 miles an hour over the line. That is the end of this batch. There's still plenty of hill climbing to take place here, but these will come down and then the program will continue. We're going, of course, to be continuing this meeting tomorrow. Same people, 1 or 2 more who've not been competing today. Good that they're all enjoying themselves, because there has been this disappointing restriction on motorsport from last year. Not a lot you can do about it if you can't do anything about it, but it's been very active here today. Of that batch that's just finished, quickest of all, of course, was Wallace Mengiz on 28.31 and 133 miles an hour over the finishing line. But 1 or 2 others got cracking. A batch of 3 of them in the middle, with the 33-second area of all of them. And we've got now those cars still in the paddock, and we shall see them coming down. cars are down. Got a variety of cars waiting to come up, and the first one is number 117. That, I think, is Alan Goodwin. Alan Goodwin with the Alden 1600cc car, built years and years ago, and then sold, and then went round to various countries, and then came back, and it was taken underhand by Alan Goodwin, whose family had built the car in the first place. Very, very tiny, 1600cc, and it's cracking along well. It's the sort of car just seems to look after itself. It's quick, it's reliable, and it's got the requirements of keeping people dry and, in fact, enjoying themselves in a car. Andrew Tippett is following. He's got a BT30 Brabham that's got a 3.5 litre engine. Very, very tiny motor car. Looks good, makes the right noise. Time for Alan Goodwin, 41.86 speed, 77 miles an hour. 41.86. Yeah, we got a time for Alan Goodwin, 41.86. Andrew Tippett is on the hill and has recorded 38.13 in the Brabham, 101 miles an hour over the line. It's been no heat today, and therefore no heat in the road, but half an hour ago it was raining, and it looks absolutely stone dry now. Acquired that, and all under control as far as that's concerned. We have got in the area coming out of the paddock the batch 1 cars. I think in fact we've probably got Martin Rose 106 Peugeot. I can only just see that hedge in the way, but I'll confirm it to you when I can see it all. We have got coming towards us Amanda George with the B19 Chevron. Her father took that up a few minutes ago. She's settling it on the start line. Well looked after car. Had it a long time. One or two very serious international drivers drove it when it was in that era. She leaves the start line. 2.59 seconds for 64 feet. That's okay. 2 litre. Her father recorded 32.85. Let's see how she gets on. She's through bottom S. Now up the finishing straight. Absolutely dead straight. No wandering over the finishing line on 35.61. 35.61. So she's a bit slower than her father, but be that as it may. Sorry, no, she's not. She's quite a little bit quicker than her father. Beggie's pardon. Time for Amanda George, 35.61, 97 miles an hour. On the hill now, Robin Johnson. Robin Johnson with the Tiger. He's already approaching bottom S. 1983 car. Time marching on. He's on the finishing straight now. Fairly gloomy. Clouds in the sky, but not interfering. Over the line, 36.02, 87 miles an hour. Richard Brown now with a Mark 17 Mallock. Richard Brown with the family Mallock. The family have always had a Mallock of one sort or another. Father, son, etc., etc. Richard Brown held the Shelsley record for a time when he was driving top class hill climb cars. Richard Brown, she's motoring away. Time over the line, 31.55, 94 miles an hour. Peter Siddle, Renault Clio Sport. They're bonny little things. There are lots of them in motorsport in Britain, as most of you will know. And one of the features of these small Renault cars, not exclusively those, because others do the same thing, but they keep the weight down. Peter Siddle's on the finishing straight now, followed by Mike Edwards in a Mini. Time for Peter Siddle, 38.98, 80 miles an hour. Mike Edwards, 1380cc Mini, coming up to bottom S now. In good control. Under the box here, and he's away. Next car after him is Andrew Till. Andrew Till with the Arbath. Time for Mike Edwards, 45.19, 95 miles an hour. Andrew Till, 41.63, 64 miles an hour. Nigel Trundle is motoring away with the 500cc. Now we've got Martin Roberts. Martin Roberts with the Lotus Elise. Just left the start line. Nigel Trundle, 38.69, 81 miles an hour. Really got two cars on the hill all the time now, trying to catch up with the time, and of course to avoid any further rain. Martin Roberts, chased up by Robert Pallett. Robert Pallett with the 4.8 litre V8 Ginetta. Martin Roberts, time 41.66, 77 miles an hour. Robert Pallett on his way. Just going into bottom S now. Big, big rumbling motor car. Thoroughly driven. Robert Pallett is chased now by Graham Beale. Graham Beale has got a G33 Ginetta also, but with a 2.4 litre turbocharged engine. Robert Pallett's time, is, or was, 38.86, 79 miles an hour. Graham Beale on the hill. Graham Beale motoring away. He's crossed the line with a time of 36.08, 78 miles an hour. Anthony Brown with the Audi TT, four-wheel drive, 1800cc, turbocharged. Very, very tidy through the S's here. Bang in the middle of the road. No drama whatsoever. 35.41, 84 miles an hour. That was Anthony Brown. Next car along is yet to appear on the start line.
Okay, we're nearing the end of our Saturday hill climbing at Shelsley Walsh. We've got a few more cars to come, and then 35 motorcycles, and then that'll be us for the day. But we've got a very full day tomorrow. A number of the cars that you've seen today will be back, plus some others. We won't have motorcycles tomorrow. We've had a bit of a squirt of rain, which is a nuisance. You will have seen the top class, the very quick cars, particularly struggling to get off the line because they were all on slicks, of course, and then the shower came down, so the times certainly weren't representative of what those guys could do. But let's keep our fingers crossed that tomorrow we have a dry day. We've got an Elan coming to the line, and it's a very pretty one as well. It's Stephen Akers. 1964 Lotus Elan with a fixed head. Elan never had a removable hard top. this one is in, well, like all the elans at Hill Climb here, they're all in immaculate condition and quick. 64, Stephen goes into bottom S, and he's followed by Carol Nichols. We'll talk about the Nike in a second or two, but let's just watch this pretty elan heading for the finish in the hands of Stephen Akers. He finishes with a 41.23, speed 77. Now Carol Nichols in the Nike, built by her dad. Ken Nichols down in the West Country built hundreds of chassis for both his own design and for other people. A lot of people who had, for instance, a Lotus 23, if they bent it, they would hasten down to Devon to get Ken to build a new chassis for them. Carol over the line in 44.19, followed by John Palmer in another, in an Elise, not an elan, an Elise with the 1800cc K-Series engine. Very clever little engine, got a bad reputation in cars like the MG-F and the Elan when the engine was some way from the radiator, because it was designed for the Metro where the radiator was just up with the engine. But it took a bit of sorting out, but now all those overheating problems got solved. John Palmer's time was a 43.47. He's followed by Jonathan Bibby in another Elan. 75 into bottom S, so that's 10 miles an hour, so quicker than John Palmer did. He's followed by David Giddon. We'll see that one of my favorite cars in a second. Time for Jonathan, 38.49. Here's the Lotus 23B of David Giddon. Sensational when the 23 was first raced at the Nürburgring in the hands of Jimmy Clark, 1,000 kilometers. He came around at the end of the first lap, miles ahead of the rest of the field. They couldn't, the Lancers, Ferraris, they couldn't believe it. David, 35.58, speed 89, followed by Anthony Shute in this lovely Lotus 69, built up by Tony himself. Done a beautiful job of it. It's got the 1600 engine. So the Lotus 69, and originally built for Formula Ford. Lots of people race them in Formula 3. And Tony does a 33 seconds exactly. He's followed by the first of our TVRs, the Chimera of Richard Blackley. 4.5 litre Rover V8, of course. Chimera, slightly civilized, more civilized version of the Griffith. But from a technical point of view, exactly the same chassis and suspension and engine exactly the same, slightly more comfortable bodywork. 43.46 for Richard. Here is the Griffith on the line in the hands of Sheila Ash. We'll see Sheila on the line in a second. That's a 5 litre Griffith. They started with 4 litres and 4.3, and then the later ones all had the 5 litre Rover V8 engine. I'm one of the people who regard the Griffith as the prettiest of all the Rover powered TVRs. So Sheila well on her way into bottom S at 62. So taking it relatively cautiously. No point in bending a lovely car like that. But David Barraclough, who's taken off the line in his Chimera with the 5 litre engine, he's really going for it. We'll just see him at crossing. Chucks it through crossing. Sheila finishes with a 43.86. David, 74 miles an hour. Some 12 miles an hour quicker than Sheila into bottom S. Hugs the left-hand side, lines up nicely for the top S, and over the line now with a time of 37.33. Our final TVR is the Tuscan from the Tuscan Racing Series, which was a huge success of what was 12, 15 years ago. horde of Tuscans, all powered by the AJP6 engine, TVR's own engine. A lot of them have escaped from that. I don't know what's happened to the majority of them. There isn't a series for them anymore, I don't think. But the ones that have escaped tend, like this one, to have the Rover engine. Rob's time, 35.12, brings us to bikes. And bikes are kicked off by George Scott on the Yamaha Wise Edge. He's in the 250cc class. 249cc is the capacity of this bike. So often the 250s are clubbed together with the 350s, but I think this today he's got his own 250cc section, but he's followed by Richard Peaty on a 350 KTM. Time for George Scott, 39.11. Interesting, the contrast between some of the bikes that are road-based with a short travel suspension and the motocross bikes with a long travel suspension. And the road-based bikes or road racing bikes tend to be much faster over the finish, but the motocross bikes tend to have better road holding, quick around the corners. Richard Peaty, 36.77. Now Sam Hocking on the 450 Husqvarna, 82 as approach. Quickest so far of our bikes. Well, you'd expect that because the capacity is going up. Out of top S, he's heading for the finish. John Bottomley on his way on the 1939 Velocet. Time for Simon, 35.59. Here comes the Velocet. Front suspension, but no rear suspension. Velocets, I think, not until after World War II did Velocets acquire swinging arm rear suspension. Lovely bikes, Velocets. They also made that little noddy police bike. I don't know if you remember that, water-cooled. So John finishes with 47.08, 60 miles an hour over the line. Much quicker, of course, is Richard Bowker in the 450 Honda CRF. Here he comes. 80 S approaches, equal quickest with Richard Peaty into the S's. Now applies the power and hustles over the line at a speed of 86 and a time of 35.89, fractionally 3/10 slower than Simon Hockey, who is at the moment the quickest bike. Steve Atkins is with us into bottom S. He's on the Greaves famous trial bikes, 400cc single, I guess. Heads for the finish just as Patrick Dolan comes into bottom S. Steve Grieve, 41.16. Patrick Dolan is already round top S, and Patrick's on a 500cc Honda. He's followed by Doug Parnell, well-known bike hill climber. Patrick's time, 34.49. Puts him top of the tree on the bikes so far, speed at 87. Doug Parnell, where is he? Just into bottom S at 70. And Doug is on the 450 Yamaha. George Hodges on his way on the Team GV. Doug Parnell crosses the line, 37.96. George, I think, will be quick. 82, yeah, that's the quickest, well, same speed into bottom S as Simon Hocking, but a bit quicker at the S's. I think this might take the bike lead, we shall see any second. 34.49 he's up against, no, 34.65 for George Hodges. Julian Kendall. Suzuki RM, again 400, so he's in the 450 500cc class. Plenty of grunt, long travel suspension. Often they click the front suspension down on the start line to avoid wheeling off the start line. Julian Kendall, 37.8. Quickest bike so far, 34.49 of Patrick Dolan. Now then, what's happened to Tom Short? He has come to a stop between the S's, and Tom was the champion last year, so Guy Ursel will be red flagged, and I guess Tom will have to coast down when the marshals give him permission to do so. And Guy has been stopped at the kink, and again, it's easy for, much quicker for bikes, of course, than cars. They can quickly turn around and coast back down the hill. Wonder what happened to Tom. Tom was quickest in the class runs at Prescott last weekend, but in the runoff, for which he qualified quickest, of course, he had an argument with the kitty litter at the right-hand hairpin, Cordetores, and with no harm to himself or the bike, but didn't score. So, small pause. Why aren't those guys hurrying down the hill? Well, Guy, I've just seen Guy turning round. Here he comes. So, he will coast down, I guess, unless he bump starts it and applies some power. Oh, and we got our pet pheasant crossing the road. At least it did cross, didn't decide to sort of sit in the middle of the track. It's amazing the amount of damage the pheasants do to the bank on the side of the track through the winter. They can be rather annoying birds. We've got Terry Hall on the line on his KTM in the 750 class, so similar bike to both Tom Short and Guy Ursel, so it's obviously the bike to have, probably in the up to 750 class. What's happened to Tom Short? Is he on his way down the hill? So Terry Hall lines up. Now there's Tom. Why is he sitting there? I mean, he either needs to park in the slot there, out of the way, or quickly come down the hill. Unless he's got a seized brake or... No, here we go. Come on, Tom. Down you go. See if you can set a good time for downhill from bottom S to the paddock. It's no good tire warming at this point, Tom, mate. I don't think it's going to help you. But a thumb up, which I suppose means that the bike's okay. I once was hill climbing in my F2 car and stopped at the bottom S with the fuel pump ticking away, which is a bit embarrassing. I described it as a fuel pump failure, but it wasn't a failure, just didn't have anything to suck. Right, Tom's out of the way and we are ready to go. So Terry kicks the KTM into life, or tries to kick it into life. That's all we need. Very high compression engine. Not easy when the bike is pointing uphill. Has it started? Yep, it has. So, whoops. Clutch in, first gear. Here we go. Terry Hall on the KTM, big KTM, massive acceleration. He's one of the foot down brigade. It's always an argument between those who put the inside foot down on the bends and those who don't. But he's going fine so far. 72 into bottom S. He's quickly followed by Mike Fiddler. Terry, sweet and crosses the line to record a 38.35, speed 84. Mike Fiddler a little bit quicker into bottom S. Remember, quickest bike so far is 34.49, Patrick Dolan. Here come. Oh, Tom Short's got it. Now, how does Tom Short get another go? That's good. I'm very glad he did. But and he's quick. So he was 90 into bottom S. So Tom is 8 miles an hour by 8 miles an hour the quickest, and a 32.04. Great run. I'm glad he was allowed to run despite one failed run. Now, what can Guy Ursel do? Well known hill climber on 2 wheels. Not quite as quick into bottom S. He's facing a 31.49. No, it's a 33.89, but a quick finishing speed, 96. Here's Leroy Smart. Another KTM. KTM seems to be the bike to have. Built, of course, in Austria. KTM also built a car, I don't know if they still do, called the Crossbow. Track day car. Here's Leroy over the line, 40.85. And behind, not far behind him, is Tommy Hodges. KTM with a slightly smaller engine, 613 engine, 32.64, just 0.6 behind Tom Short's 32.04. Quickest, yes, Tom Short is quickest with 32.04. Tommy Hodges 32.64. Mark Short. Now, is Mark related to Tom? It's a family business, isn't it? And Mark is heading for the finish. 34.36. Now, Glyn Poole is the record holder in 3 classes of motorcycles: the 350s, the 500s, and the 250s. But now he's gone up a bit of capacity, well, quite a lot of capacity. He's in the big class on this big KTM 1200. But this is only, I think, his second meeting with this new bike. 33.36, 106 is by some margin the quickest speed we've had over the line. So Glyn, of course, will be a power to be reckoned with once he's dialed in to KTM. Alan Jolly on 1200, another 1200 KTM. 89. Now this is quick into bottom S, and quick overall, 32.72, 32.72, just 7/10 behind Tom. That was Stu Mills, 32.72. Here's Alan Jolly, 77 into bottom S. Followed by Gareth Plunkett, we can see in the little screen, but in the meantime, Alan Jolly, 34.83, but quick, 97. We've got a new fastest finishing speed by Stu Mills when he recorded his 32.72, but he's still just pipped by Tom Short's 32.04. Here's Matthew Mogridge, 1100cc Suzuki. And Gareth Plunkett on his 1 litre Suzuki, 43.27. Followed closely by Matthew Mogridge, who's just into S's at 77. And Len Vincent leaves the line on another big KTM. So Matthew heads for the finish. It'll be in the 36s or so. 36.10, but 103 over the lines quick. Here's Len Vincent. Steady run. Allowed it to drift out a bit between the S's, so not perfectly lined up for top S. It's a 35.95. Alison Self on the 1 litre Honda. Honda VTR. 63 into bottom S. Well, Mark Williams in a similar bike follows on. Allison scores a 41.35, 79 miles an hour. Here's Mark Williams. Is he quicker into bottom S? He is by 6 miles an hour with a speed of 69. Gets nicely lined up the top S. Turns the twist grip as far as it'll go, and it goes as far as 94 miles an hour, 37.68. Here's David Beattie in an 800cc, so a slightly smaller engined KTM. Foot down, foot a little confidence boost. Foot back on the peg, back through a couple of gears and over the line at 96 to record 35.34. Now Paul Jeffrey, he's usually quick. Let's see this time, not quite as quick into bottom S, 75. Graham Proctor follows in a lovely Ducati. Paul Jeffrey, 33.25. That's a good run. Speed 108. Not quite matching the 110 of Stu Mills. This, I think, is our last two-wheeler. Graham Proctor. Pretty much a road bike, I think. This nice Ducati with its desmodromic valves. In other words, no valve springs. But meanwhile, Simon and Jane Foster in the Honda F2, the trike, with Jane really athletic to lean out as far as possible, one side and then the other, to keep the two wheels, trying to keep the three wheels on the deck. Time for Graham Proctor, 38.68. Now let's watch Simon and Jane rounding the top S. Jane right over the rear wheel, and it's a 35.54. Now, what can Kevin and Sarah Jewell do? Lovely pink unit. They are not as quick as Simon and Jane into bottom S. They will, I think they'll get it under 40 seconds. Having fun anyway. Very nice to see a couple of trikes competing here. 40.61 for Kevin and Sarah Jewell. That is our fun and games for the day. We apologize for some long delays, but when the tower wall needs rebuilding, it's got to be done properly. Join us again tomorrow. We will probably be live streaming from about 10:30. We've got a full day again of competition, lots of new cars, and many of the guys who were here today. We won't, I think, have the Lotus gang. We won't have the motorbikes, but we've got lots of interesting stuff for you to enjoy. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all your great messages, especially for people who are watching in other parts of the world. If you're in Australia, sorry, we've been keeping you up, but watch us again tomorrow. In the meantime, John Moody, Toby Moody, myself, Chris Druitt, and David Lowe, thanks for listening. Talk to you again tomorrow. Good night.
Absolutely wonderful, and Julian's lost none of his style. Let's approach 124.
And as I said a moment ago, we're back in business here at Shelsley